morning. Welcome to Tobago Updates. I am Glendora Lashley, and we're bringing to you live the presentation of the THA budget. Well, that's what we call it. It's the presentation of the draft statement of estimates of expenditure for the Tobago House of Assembly, fiscal 2022 to 2023. I have a panel with me in studio, and I have Dr. Ryan Allard, the Council Director for Tobago CivilNet, and next to him, the Executive Coordinator of the Minority Council, Marilyn David. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Glenda.
Very, very nice to be in your company this morning. All right, Marilyn, I know you had a little stint last night on Tobago Updates. In case you guys missed it, you will go back on the Tobago Updates page and look for what Marilyn and they were doing. Dr. Allard, have you been looking forward to today?
Absolutely,
gentlemen?
absolutely.
Sure.
All right. Now I want to be a little bit provocative as we start. We're talking about what can we expect, all right? Budget day, what can we expect? You, the public, you have your expectations. Feel free to put them in the chat if you're viewing via social media. Let us know what you expect of today's budget presentation by the Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance, Fali Chavez Augustine. All right. Personally, disclaimer, I think that this whole thing is a puppy show in terms of it's a legal requirement that we go through every year in the THA, where whoever is the Secretary for Finance will put forward a statement, estimates of expenditure, it goes to Cabinet, and then they are going to decide ultimately what happens. However, today is required by law. Tell me, gentlemen, one statement first. What do you expect, Dr. Allard?
Good morning, everyone. I expect a budget. I expect, that the Chief Secretary will produce something that is required by law. What I would like us to do, however, is focus on the most critical aspects of this entire process, right? So we send a budget to Trinidad. That budget comes back much smaller than we expect, or we want. But then there needs to be an actual budgeting process after that, because that's the important budget. That's the actual money we have to spend within Tobago. And that process is more important, I would say, because that's the actual spending of money. And a key thing here is that putting money to solve Tobago's problems is one aspect of it, but we also have many other resources in Tobago that we need to be looking at. We're talking about people, we're talking about time, and then we're talking about when those projects are set up, we need to execute them. We need to make sure that they're actually implemented. Right. So all of that together is what we should be talking about, not only today's session.
All right. Marilyn, how about you? What do you expect?
In like manner as Dr. Allard, I am expecting a budget, but I'm expecting a budget that is more geared towards appeasing the populace, and I am in full agreement that what is important is the critical aspect is what takes place after. However, even in the process that we are seeing unfolding today in terms of the presentation of the budget, I'm not convinced that enough has been done to inform that process. We see budgets are supposed to be informed by a comprehensive plan. What is the plan that the budget connects to in terms of its development? The P&M administration would have had the CEDP 2.0, right. And that would have been the guiding process, that would have been the foundation that each year's budget would have been connected to. The reality is that you may not have been able to tie everything in that needed to be done that was in the plan, but you must have a plan, and it is on the basis of that plan that you now come and you present the budget. What I have seen in the time that this administration has been there has been a very ad hoc approach. So we heard about a Scarborough development plan, and that went still. Then we had an opportunity, ideal opportunity in Dubai to make certain statements with respect to luring investors to the island, and what we heard was a Roxborough city development plan that has gone still. And so we've seen statements and heard things in pockets, nothing in terms of a structured approach to bring us to this day that we know that when we sit to hear the budget, that it's connected to something that you've heard consistently building over the last couple of months. So it's going to be interesting to me to hear what is actually going to be presented today, given that we have not had that process coming forward.
Okay. Now, you are in fact right with respect to the lack of the plan beforehand. However, the administration, the Chief Secretary and if I'm not mistaken, they have pointed to a plan being currently developed. I remember hearing the advisor, technical advisor to the Division of Finance, Anselm Richards, talk about that plan or the work to go into that plan being led by Dr. Vanis James, our very own Tobagonian economist. And so we will see how that will roll out. What I noted from the Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance is that he said we can look towards a green budget. He didn't really elaborate on what a green budget would mean, whether or not we're talking about renewable energy, that kind of thing, whether or not, it's something completely different. We wait and see. What do you guys think a green budget can lead to? When you hear that by the Secretary for Finance and Chief Secretary, what do you think that possibly means, Dr. Alad?
So a green budget is a good idea in theory. Now, I'm not sure what the Chief Secretary is planning, but when you look at the direction that the world is moving in, right? So we're talking about climate change being an issue. You're talking about, the world understanding the need to link economic growth with managing the environment, right? You're talking about rules being put in place. You're talking about the Paris Agreement. And you're talking about all these things having impact on Tobago's ability to generate income, to have a high quality of life, etc. So having a green budget is a good idea. But again, in theory, in practice, it might be quite difficult, right? So at the national level, we are committed to something that many people may say is not that green, which is the oil and gas industry, right? So there's going to be some conflict there. However, Tobago, we've been talking about Tobago as an ecotourism island for a long time. You need to build that on the bedrock of being a green economy in Tobago, right? Quite separate and apart from Trinidad and Tobago, or Trinidad. But at the same time, it still is quite challenging. I think the important thing here is that no matter what the budget is, we need to be looking at all Tobago's resources, right? So putting money into certain projects, certain activities is critical, but those projects always need people. They need knowledge about certain sectors. They need knowledge about how to implement things. Right. You need access to maybe foreign capital, right? You need to find a way to invite foreign investors in a way that when you have a project, it scales to a point where it can generate income. So there are lots of different elements we need. And I would say that the important thing about any budget is finding a way to unlock Tobago's genius.
All right. So Marilyn agreed with you in terms of the need for foreign investment. You spoke about, in your mind, a squandered opportunity to really seek investment. But when you hear green budget from our Secretary for Finance, what do you think?
Well, two things, I just want to touch on as well. You mentioned that Mr. Richards, Dr. Richards, would have spoken to the development of a plan presently. So my question is, and again, I think it's a lot of fluff. We are presenting a budget today after about 7 months in office and only now working on a plan. It means that this administration had no plan to get into governance. It is similar to waking up one morning and realizing, well, okay, we are now at the seat of authority, so let's try to get things done. And I mean, that speaks of lack of vision as far as I'm concerned. However, what then is the budget going to be presented on? What are the overarching factors?
Do you think that perhaps there could have been an issue where maybe there was a plan or ideas towards what can happen, but when they got into the seat, being the Executive Council, seeing the reality of what governance was in terms of the decisions that you have to make, the amount of resources that is in front of you. Because one of the first things that happened with this administration, the Chief Secretary came out and he spoke about funding, what was available. If you remember, we had numbers being bandied about and so on. That in itself could be a real shocker, particularly for people who are first-timers to this level. So is there a possibility in your mind that perhaps maybe the plan need to be reworked or they had to, change gears?
Well, remember, this administration came into office saying they had all the answers. And I think what you say to the people in the process of your campaign, it's critical that you maintain that trajectory throughout your time of governance. But to even go forward now in terms of the green budget, as Dr. Allard would have alluded to, this speaks of a lot to sustainability, but there's a particular framework that must be established and put in place so that something like this conversation can be started. And again, I'll refer to the CDP because one of the guiding pillars was environmental and sustainability. That was one of the focal areas as well in terms of developing.
So is this a key area that you would like to see being addressed in the statement today? Environmental issues. What are your key areas? Let's go into that.
Well, I think what I would like to see focused on today specifically is how do we now recover from the last 2.5 years. It's critical. I don't think that we can now just identify areas ad hoc because our population have been under, serious restraint over the last 2.5 years. So I think the social issues need to be addressed. Many persons would have had setbacks in terms of loss of income and that kind of thing. And just as someone who is brought into the hospital, into A&E, the first thing the doctor seeks to do is stop the bleeding. And I think that we need to take a stop the bleeding approach first with respect to how do we address the social impact that the last 2.5 years have had on the population. We are now in the endemic stage, yes, but there's a lot that needs to take place in terms of our human capital firstly. And then we can branch out into areas such as revitalizing the tourism sector. We have the agro sector, which is now going to play a critical role because food security is something that we have to look at. We see the impact of the war with Russia and Ukraine, Ukraine being one of the largest providers of wheat.
But Marilyn, let me ask you this, and to Dr. Allard as well. Are we in Tobago, and I suppose the rest of the region, having a great sense of false hope? In the sense that specifically for Tobago right now, there are certain limitations in terms of what the allocation can be, right? That's clear as day. Traditionally, when we've looked through the years, we've seen an allocation that mainly covers recurrent expenditure. Our development allocation has traditionally been very small. You can't do anything. Development does not even belong, to be attached to that allocation. So the chief secretary and everybody else who has to do this job as a finance secretary, you have to make magic. You're going to get a certain amount of money, of which the majority of it, paying bills, salaries, wages, that kind of thing. What can we realistically expect? When you hear the chief secretary say, well, okay, they have already raised the salaries for lower income workers, the CPEP workers, the URP workers, I think some people in the forestry program and so on in the Division of Agriculture. Real decisions that affect the average Tobagonian right now. Is there realistically a way for our Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance to rework the numbers and present something that's workable for us?
Right. So in the past, we've seen requests of, $4.7 billion, $4.5 billion, $5 billion. And as far as I understand it, the process to get to those numbers is there's a circular sent out from the Division of Finance to all the other divisions and agencies to see what their budget is, what their plan is for the next year, all right? And then there's some sort of internal process within the Division of Finance to kind of consolidate all of that and to determine what the priorities for developing Tobago are. In that process, they end up, let's say, boiling it down, all the way down to $4.7 billion of requests. That's sent to Trinidad. Of course, we get back 2.5 or so. So what that means is that from the point of view of, at least the THA in the past, not necessarily the public, because the public is not normally part of that process, right? So from the point of view of the THA, the need for Tobago's development amount to $4.7 billion. Now, from a practical perspective, we're not going to get $4.7 billion in this budget, right? So that's based on history, right? We're basing this on what we've seen happen for many, many years. We're probably not going to get $4.7 billion. So the reality is the box within which we're working is a box of more or less $2.5 billion. So we should be thinking about how do we most efficiently and effectively allocate funding within that box for the larger long-term picture for Tobago.
What
That is the
areas
important thing.
what areas do you think can be sacrificed? I may be selfish and biased in my thoughts. I really think that for us to move forward, we've got to pick at least 2 priority areas, knowing that we will suffer for the rest of them. Either you pick health and agriculture, or you pick human development and something. But we can't just keep doing, okay, 10 million here, 10 million there, 5 million there, because that's how we end up where we are today. You try to appease everybody, try to make everybody comfortable, and guess what? Nothing happens. Flour raise, every doubles is now a price commodity.
Right.
Yes, to fry bake in the morning, you know, husbands may get up and say, well, I feel proud that I have fried bake this morning. Wives may get up and feel proud that they get a slice of cake. That's the reality right now in terms. Transportation has raised.
But Glendora, it's trade-offs. They're talking about trade-offs. The only way we can fairly do trade-offs is if everybody's involved in it. Because everybody has to give up something for this.
Do you think Tobagonians are ready to give up anything?
That's where leadership comes in. I can't determine that. The leader has to facilitate the environment. And we're talking here about the Executive Council as being the highest level of executive in Tobago, right? The Executive Council needs to be leaders in this. You need to make sure people are aware that when you say you want, let's say a big airport, you have to give up something else. What are we willing to give up in order to get what we want? When you make those trade-offs, and it's painful because you have to give up the things you want, right? Maybe people in Charlottesville would say, oh, we want to have a library up there. We want to have a hospital up there. And to do that, you have to allocate millions of dollars to do that new project. If you do that, you cannot allocate millions of dollars, let's say, to Canaan or to Scarborough, right? So you have this trade-off, and we need to be honest with people that we have a trade-off.
That's a good example you brought in, because I remember in previous years, Maryland, we've had the development infrastructure-wise of the West forever. Nobody complained, you know, people are talking about Northside people, country people, that kind of thing. As soon as the direction turned to the development of the Roxborough area in particular, and I know, you know, many of us may credit Watson Duke for that, because when he got in there, things happened. Some people may say otherwise, right? But then you heard tongue people start to argue, oh, we ain't getting nothing, all the money going up country. You understand where I'm coming from? And Marilyn, I want to ask you about this, because you represent the other side of government in a sense. Do you think that Tobagonians, irrespective of who is in power, are prepared to sacrifice so that we can have the development that is required on the island?
Well, the reality is no nation in terms of the population is ever prepared to sacrifice anything. That's just the reality in politics, because people inherently want what people want. And each person, as they see themselves as an individual first and not as part of a whole, as a nation or as a country. However, what I want to do is even to expand on what Dr. Allard was saying. This is not something that is Tobago-centric, you know. This is a global issue. One of the things cited even last night in our conversation is that presently in the UK, inflation is up to 9.1% and tipped to get as first time in 40 years, is tipped to reach 11% before the end of this year. And the Prime Minister in the UK, he's saying that one, they don't want corporations to raise salaries, because the spin-off effect of that is that they're going to experience meteoric increases in inflation for a longer period of time. You see, because people think that the answer to that problem is to raise everyone's salaries. But what you do when you put that system in place is you just create an inflation situation similar to that took place in the UK in the 70s. And that almost crashed the economy.
Now, that's a very interesting point that you raised there, because one of the discussions in Tobago right now, given the precedent set by the Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance with respect to raising lower income salaries, is that expectation. I mean, the unions were always there trying to bargain for, you know, the argument now is 1%, 2%, etc. But that expectation that where possible, will the Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance be pressured into raising salaries along the line in terms of what the THA has responsibility over? Do you think that the Chief Secretary, even if he does not announce that today, is that something that our Chief Secretary should bow to? Let me put it like that. Dr. Allard.
Well, I'll go back to the point about leadership.
Yeah.
No matter what, no matter who's in government, no matter at what level of government, if you don't have leaders who are willing to inspire people to take action for their own long-term benefits, we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to be spinning top in mud. All right? So no matter what, again, the honesty needs to be there, but we need to have leadership that inspires us. Right, because everybody has to give up something for us to get the long-term vision.
Is that utopia, Dr. Allah? Is that utopia?
I'm
asking you that because
it's not utopia, because that's what works.
But we tend to say we want that, and every time we get it, those people the political people, personalities who make those decisions, basically become political martyrs. Because guess what? There's a reason why we say, okay, if you're willing to make a sacrifice, when it's time to bite the bullet. People is get vexed. If you remember, before Flower Race now, when we were having a national conversation about food importation, what did our Prime Minister say to us? You want me to go and tell people, change their eating habits? What's the discussion now? You understand? So what do we expect from the Chief Secretary in terms of, if he is to make those tough decisions, will that be politically acceptable?
But I think, Glendora, the question is, what is best for Tobago? And there's a spin-off. Because you said there, if he makes the decision, will it be political suicide? Is it that he's willing to put his own his ambitions ahead of doing what's best for Tobago?
Well, this one is everybody. I mean, the Chief Secretary now is the Chief Secretary now, but it's a general question about
I understand that. And you're seeing it not just here, all around the world. Governments now are between decisions, because the question is now, do we do something or do we put things in place that will actually benefit the population in 10 years?
Right.
Exactly.
So I want to ask you, gentlemen, because the time is running away with us, and if you look at the screen, you know we're getting ready to take you live to the presentation at the Assembly Chamber. Give me your key areas. You right now, each of you are the Secretary for Finance, and you had to choose 2-3 key areas based on what you know our monetary policy to be and the allocations that we've gotten. Dr. Alad, what would be your key areas?
Right, so I think the goal here, like I said earlier, has to be to unlock Tobago's genius. What do I mean by that? We have a certain amount of money, that's fine, but that's only one of Tobago's numerous resources. Tobago has people. People need to be budgeted also. We need to figure out, okay, how do we get people to kind of see the vision of Tobago? What is the vision of Tobago? Right now, I don't think we have a vision that we say, that we all agree on or genuinely agree on.
How does one do that? Get people to see the vision?
Well, you need to have a vision first. You need to engage with people about the vision, right? So that's the first recommendation I would have. We need to make sure that we have a comprehensive process to kind of get people behind our vision. Now, you mentioned plans before, excuse me. The thing is, we have several plans for Tobago being written in the past, and none of them has been fully executed. The CDP is one example. You have the medium-term policy and planning framework. That was done, not executed. You have the recovery plan 2020. I was on that board, not executed. You have there's an intermediate plan which was being developed, which is the Tobago Infrastructure Investment Strategy. Great ideas, long-term plan for Tobago's infrastructure, not implemented. So all of those are already plans written down. We're going to do another plan and then maybe spend some time, spend some money, and maybe not implement it. So that's why another key thing is, how do we implement things that we say we're going to implement? That has to be part of the visioning and strategy for Tobago. Has to be. That's all in the first recommendation. Otherwise, we spin it up in mud.
So is it realistic, Dr. Alad, before you
what is realistic and what is required might be two different
No, when
things.
I say realistic, the cycle for one term in office is all we're dealing with, because that's all they get. 4 years maximum. What can you do?
And that's where you get to the second point. The second point is you have to engage with people and help to educate people about what's needed and what's going to be difficult. Right? So that's the budgeting part again. You want to unlock people. You want to make sure people see the vision for Tobago and generally get behind that vision. Because once people are inspired to get behind a vision, people would be more willing to accept some pay.
How do you inspire the people? You're the finance secretary right now. How are you going to inspire us Tobagonians when we go to the supermarket, we argue about the prices?
I remember when we had a change in government nationally, and we had the Prime Minister going out, starting to talk to people in small community groups, right? They started that process, that was excellent, and then it stopped. You inspire people by making sure people see you as honest, see you as authentic, and you speaking to them as humans, not as just as employees or not as, the other. We have this big problem in this country where we see other people as other. They're not your brothers or sisters. It's another race, another island, different party. It's ridiculous, right? We have one small country here. We need to get behind one vision, else we're wasting time, we're wasting resources. So the 2 points, again, vision, make sure we have that. Make sure we have and a way to engage people, right? We're allocating people as well as money here, but we also need to show that trust by being public about public spending, right? So we need to have all public spending being in the public domain.
I actually agree with your second point a whole lot. I think too many things are secret in this country, whereas there's a need for some things, like energy, negotiations, national security, things, but too many things are secret. Marilyn, you are the Secretary for Finance today. You have to pick your key areas.
My two areas would be the social development and resilience and the human capital development. Reason being, I definitely would have to take into consideration the last 2.5 years. COVID-19 has taught not just us, but the world a whole lot. It has caused information to come to the fore, and we must now be able to treat with this information and use it to make informed decisions. What it has also lent itself to is that it has damaged our population. We've seen a meteoric increase in abuses, sexual and otherwise, to women, children, verbal, mental, and these things have put our population in, there's a general atmosphere of fear. Yeah. And what we've seen now, even in this administration's coming in, we've seen that fear accelerated now with job losses and terminations and so on, and still not being able to treat with that psychological issue. So we have a population who has, over the last 2 years, been fearful to even step outside and to interact with persons. And then the economic instability that is now signaled by terminations and so on, it now adds to that fear. And so coming out of this, we must now treat with that social aspect to stabilize persons in the first instance. And then from that point, I think education is always the key. So we need to look at our human capital development to unlock areas such as now heading into stimulating the economy, looking at how we activate what levels of economic growth we want to see take place. Is it that we want to go at a micro-entrepreneurial level? Is it that we want to go at the macro level? And these are conversations that we must have before even advancing or launching out or putting a plan in place. And we must be able to identify which is going to be best for the long-term development of the island.
Now you're going to take the whole budget. You're going to take all of the resources, and again, this is what I'm saying.
Well, you said 2 areas.
Yeah,
you limited it to 2 areas.
It sounds good, but if we actually, I suppose what we need to just really internalize is that whether we like it or not, some things will suffer. Some things need to go forward. We have usually had a sort of conservative kind of way of life, particularly in Tobago. All right, Trinidad and Tobago, but we've been conservative. People don't necessarily do all that extra. When you think about employers and the private sector and the workforce and so on, way back when some of these early morning things became a thing, you remember people were saying they don't understand how people choose to run to just work for 2 hours in the morning and do nothing for the whole day. I don't know if you all remember that, but look at where we are now in 2022. If we are to be prepared to achieve some of the things that we need to achieve now, I'm asking you the other way, and I just want one answer because we have to go over to the house. Well, actually, we can't do it. We have to go now to Candice Jackson, who is okay. Well, we're going straight to the chamber to see the presentation of the budget 2022 to 2023.
come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. You may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer.
A pleasant good morning to all members, Chief Administrator and administrators, students and other invited guests visiting in the gallery. I warmly welcome each and every one of you here today at the first budget presentation for this Tobago House of Assembly session 2021 to 2025. I am aware that the strangers in the gallery would have received the pamphlets on the do's and don'ts of the chamber, and I would like to urge each and every one of you to please adhere to the information while the sitting is in progress. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to lay in the House financial statements for the last 3 months.
Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, select committees. Questions to secretaries. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business. Executive business. Motion.
Secretary for Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Before I get started, allow me to say up front to my colleagues in the House and to those looking that brevity may not be achieved today, but don't worry, just drink your water and let's mind Tobago's business together. Madam Presiding Officer, Deputy Chief Secretary, Secretaries, Assistant Secretaries, Minority Leader, and other members of the House of Assembly, Chief Administrator, and other administrators, senior staff to the Tobago House of Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the public gallery, local and international audiences following this presentation, and radio, television, and other live streams, members of the media, good morning. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to thank God for guiding me and strengthening me and using me to serve as I perform this critical function on behalf of the people of Tobago. I want to express my sincere gratitude to the people of Tobago for gifting this administration with the constitutional authority to lead the growth and transformation of the island. Gratitude is expressed to my staff at the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy, the Office of the Chief Secretary, colleagues in the Executive Council, and everyone that participated in the pre-budget consultations. Extra special appreciation must be relayed to the electoral district of Palatouvier, Lansomis, Speyside, who have so kindly lent me to this entire island of Tobago. Thank you for your support and your understanding. Finally, I want to thank all of you who are taking the time to listen to this presentation inside this house and via different media houses and online feeds. On this historic morning, I have the honor and privilege to present the draft estimates of revenues and expenditure of the Tobago House of Assembly for the 2023 fiscal year, in keeping with Section 41 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996. It is indeed a momentous occasion for the brand new Progressive Democratic Patriots administration, as well as for Tobago and the rest of the country, as it is not only our first budget, but this is the first time in 21 years that Tobago is receiving policy directives from a new dispensation. Interestingly, we are only the third political party since the installation of Act 40 of 1996 to present a budget in this chamber. The draft estimates, Madam Presiding Officer, are presented against the backdrop of worldwide gloom and anxiety. Of course, these are caused by three major disruptive global events: the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russian-Ukraine war resulting from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and climate change. These events threaten the stability and indeed the very existence of many countries across the globe. Madam Presiding Officer, it is evident, even from a cursory glance at the current global developments, that the world has entered another of its dangerous periods. Economic recession, growing unemployment, growing world food shortage, high inflation, and a resurgence of the tension associated with the Cold War era are the most obvious manifestations of this period of danger. We therefore cannot proceed on the basis of complacency or in the folkloric mamagism that God is somehow a national of this country who has conferred immunity upon us from the dangers that have already struck, as well as from those developing to strike. Your new PDP administration of Tobago will face the threats with courage, alertness, and planning, as well as with the most progressive agenda ever seen anywhere in this country after genuine collaboration with the people of this island. Madam Presiding Officer, at this point, I want to highlight the significance of today's event. No single document expresses a nation's political and policy priorities more fully than does the annual budget. The budget allocates expenditures to the hundreds of government programs, projects, and identifies the revenues, taxes, non-tax funds, and borrowed funds to pay for these expenditures. More importantly, it expressly presents key policy mandates of a government for the next fiscal year. Accordingly, our budget will present the key policy mandates for the Tobago Island government for the next fiscal year. It is of critical importance to note here, Madam Presiding Officer, that the current constitutional arrangements that established the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago have limited, if not denied outright, entitlement of the Tobago government since this colonial arranged marriage to the political and policy powers of the budget due to uncertainties associated with the revenues to be allocated to Tobago by the central government. For instance, Madam Presiding Officer, in May 15, 2022, mid-year budget review, the Minister of Finance increased the national budget by 3.082 billion, but only allocated 60 million or 1.95% to the THA. This does not look like an oversight, but rather a deliberate contradiction to the recommendation of the Dispute Resolution Committee, which was accepted and approved by Parliament in 2000. But whether oversight or deliberate omission, it it is a breach of the law which stipulates that the THA should be awarded between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget. And Madam Presiding Officer, I want here to put the nation on notice that this disregard will not be allowed to continue any longer. New Tobago dispensation, new rules of engagement. Right. Madam Presiding Officer, the budgetary proposals which follow were influenced primarily by a series of stakeholder consultations, submissions from the divisions of the Tobago House of Assembly, ideas from an online platform, a series of virtual consultations, and the PDP mandate. Madam Presiding Officer, in the presentation that follows, I shall endeavor to discuss the fundamental issues, the challenges, and opportunities for development, which, defined in its broadest sense, encompasses not only production and productivity, but the entire socio-economic, constitutional, and institutional ecology of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, for the remainder of the presentation, I will proceed as follows. First, I will provide an outlook of the international, regional, and domestic economies. Second, I will identify and discuss policy reactions and actions that must be urgently taken to save lives and livelihoods. Third, I will articulate the long-term socio-economic development framework and the policy agenda for fiscal 2023. Fourth, I will present the budget numbers and the financing options. And finally, I'll provide a conclusion, whenever that is. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish, as I did before, to alert this House and listening audience that today's presentation is less parsimonious than I intended. However, I thought it necessary and important to take the required time to carefully set out the vision, policy agenda, and programs of my administration. Notwithstanding the length, I assure you that the presentation will be dynamic and groundbreaking, as PDP always. I now examine the outlook for global, regional economies, and then outlook for the national and Tobago economies. Global outlook. Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago's development efforts face significant headwinds emanating from an international economy that is in turmoil. Projections for global growth are now very much dampened by the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In fact, the most recent projections of both the IMF and the World Bank are about 3.6% in both 2022 and 2023, assuming no further escalation in the Russian-Ukraine conflict or expansion of economic sanctions. According to the IMF, other major economies, the USA is now projected to grow by 3.7% in 2022, while Canada is projected to grow at 3.9%. Both economies are expected to contract in 2023 as monetary policy tightens to suppress inflation. In the euro area, growth is forecasted at 2.8% on average in 2022 and even lower in 2023. In the United Kingdom, forecasted growth for 2022 is 3.7%, but is expected to fall drastically to 1.2% in 2023. In Asia, China is forecasted to grow at 4.4% in 2022, despite some localized lockdowns in Shanghai and Beijing, but to rise to 5.1% in 2023. India is forecasted to grow to a high of 8.2% in 2022, but will fall to 6.9% in 2023. Madam Presiding Officer, according to the Economy Forecast Agency, The West Texas Intermediate price of oil is forecasted to rise slightly to about $114 US per barrel by December 2022, but is expected to rise even further in 2023. The Henry Hub price of natural gas is expected to rise to $11.35 US per MMBTU by the end of 2022, and should fluctuate between $10 and $12.50 per barrel US in 2023. Overall, this trend is likely to dampen demand for whatever Tobago seeks to export in 2023 and beyond. Associated with this will be growing inflationary pressures. Increases in the cost of fuel and food linked to both the pandemic and the Russian-Ukraine war will lead to higher inflation expectations, and greater demand for wage increases. The major implication is the need for wise investments to grow Tobago's competitive capacity in the face of these challenges, starting in fiscal 2023, if possible. Regional Economic Outlook. Madam Presiding Officer, a good development strategy for Tobago will target production of goods and services that can be exported to markets of the Caribbean region. So they too must be screened for headwinds and enablers. Economic activity in Latin America and the Caribbean was poised for recovery to pre-pandemic levels, but now faces increasing uncertainties owing to developments at the global level. Real gross domestic product in this region is expected to grow much less than the world average, in the amount of 2.5% for the next 2 years. However, within the Caribbean itself, growth rates are projected to be much higher, at 10.5% and 9.1% in 2022 and 2023, respectively. The challenge within the region is great when consideration is given to the mitigation and adaptation measures required because of climate change and the decarbonization agenda. Every year, weather-related disasters create huge disruptions to production and financial losses within the region, driving down demand for the types of services Tobago can export. The tourism-dependent economies in the Caribbean have started to reopen from pandemic-induced business closures, and as a consequence, there will be some uptick in economic activity. The International Air Transport Association expects overall air travel numbers to rise by 4.0 billion by 2024, slightly exceeding pre-COVID-19 levels. Within the Caribbean region in particular, the figure should be about 82 to 92% of the 2019 numbers between 2023 and 2024. Cruise travel is also expected to rebound after facing disruptions during COVID-19 pandemic. Guyana, our friends in the south, is poised for the largest growth within the region, driven by activity in the petroleum industry. With the lifting of economic sanctions by the USA on Venezuela, the crisis in that country should be greatly reduced, reversing the trend of outward migration and kick-starting their economy. This is a consequence of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the need to guarantee oil supplies, given that Venezuela possesses one of the largest reserves of oil in the world. The data suggests mixed prospects from growth and development stimulus in the regional economies, again signaling the need for thoughtful investment in fiscal 2023 to boost Tobago's capacity to win markets for its export outputs. The National Economic Outlook. The outlook for the national economy is of importance to the budget strategy of Tobago, because the Trinidad economy is the source of much of the transfer on which Tobago relies, and much of the inflation the island imports. In this regard, the outlook for the national economy is also mixed. Like other petroleum exporters, Trinidad and Tobago enjoyed relatively high energy prices in 2021-2022, which will continue onto fiscal 2023. On the other hand, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, in its latest economic bulletin, reported overall reduction in energy sector production in the third quarter of 2021. There was a decline in the natural gas production with the closure of Atlantic Train 1 and the maintenance closure of Atlantic Train 2. Mining and quarrying activity also declined. However, there were strong increases in crude oil production as well as in increased petrochemical output, the latter driven largely by the growth in methanol and ammonia production. For the third quarter of 2021, the non-energy sector also experienced mixed fortunes, with increased activity in the transportation and storage, finance and insurance, and the manufacturing sectors. That, notwithstanding, the manufacturing sector still had about 38% excess capacity, with most of the growth in manufacturing concentrated in food, beverage, and tobacco subsectors. The country's gross official reserves at the end of April 2022 stood at US $6.7 billion, representing about 8 months of import cover. Conditions in the foreign exchange market were quite tight over 2021 in spite of the improvements in energy reserves. Although business activity has slowly restarted, lingering effects of the pandemic are still evident within the labor market. The Central Statistical Office recorded a 6.5% unemployment rate in the first quarter of 2021 as compared to 4.2% 1 year before. In March 2022, the rates of headline and food price inflation nationally were 4.1% and 7.9% respectively, and the core inflation was recorded at 3.2%. In spite of rising global interest rates, the central bank starting in March has kept the repo rate at 3.5% to facilitate the domestic recovery, since inflation rates are still relatively low. Overall, there has been little or no progress with respect to the diversification of the economy in Trinidad away from the energy sector. This points to the continuing need for budget policy in Tobago to be designed to stimulate meaningful development in order to lead the diversification of national exports while creating significant productivity growth to create buffers against imported inflation and to generate foreign exchange. And that brings me to the Tobago economic outlook. Madam Presiding Officer, I now turn my attention to the Tobago economy. The most recent data provided by the Economic Management Research Unit in the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy indicate that Tobago's GDP at constant prices fell by 7% in 2020 relative to 2019 and rose by approximately 4% to an estimated $1.7 billion in 2021 relative to 2020. The positive improvement in 2021 has been largely attributed to the gradual reopening of the island's economy in 2021, as well as increased government spending. Madam Presiding Officer, it's worth noting here, in the last decade, between 2011 and 2021, there were 7 years of declines in GDP to the point where the island's constant price GDP in 2021 was equivalent to that of 2011. This means that the economic pie did not increase. However, modest GDP growth is expected in 2022 and 2023. The data also indicates that the state sector was the largest contributor to Tobago's GDP in 2021, accounting for approximately 48% of the island's GDP. The second largest contributor was the finance, insurance, real estate, and business services sector, accounting for about 28%. The tourism sector was the third largest sector, accounting for about 10%, only 10% of GDP in 2021. Finally, the data suggests that agriculture and manufacturing sectors were relatively small, collectively contributing about 2% to Tobago's GDP in 2021, with agriculture contribution amounting to a mere $18.7 million. Now, read accurately, Tobago's GDP data speak loudly to continued underperformance of the Tobago economy and the urgent need for budgetary allocations to focus heavily on productivity growth, income generation, and the development of competitive export capacity. Thank God PDP win this election. Madam Presiding Officer, shifting my attention to the labor market conditions in Tobago, I wish to note that the entity charged with the legal responsibility to produce labor market data for the country, the Central Statistical Office, continues to produce these data with significant lags. The latest labor market data for the country and for Tobago are only available up to the first quarter of 2021. You see why we need our own statistical office? This situation is untenable and must be addressed frontally in the shortest possible time. Madam Presiding Officer, we cannot plan effectively without current and reliable data. And Madam Presiding Officer, the most recent labor market data suggests that unemployment in Tobago for the first quarter of 2021 was approximately 3%, a figure which is significantly below the national figure of 7%. The share of the labor force employed in the government sector stood about 54%, with the private sector employing about 46%. Comparatively, the share of the national labor force in the government sector stood at 28%, with the private sector employing about 72%. Madam Presiding Officer, the share of the island's labor force with tertiary education as the highest level of attainment stood at 17%. The share with secondary education as the highest level of attainment was recorded as 55%, and the share with primary education as the highest level of attainment was about 28%. The levels of education and skills point to an economy with weak capacity to adjust in a self-reliant way to the competitive challenges of economic development in the national and global market process. Madam Presiding Officer, I now turn my attention to prices and inflation. The data above point to an economy that is virtually defenseless in the face of the threat of inflation imported from the rest of the nation and the world. The most recent data on prices available from the central bank suggests that Tobago recorded headline and food price inflation in March 2022 of 3.9% and 6.3% respectively. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, was recorded at 3.5%. Given trends in the national and international markets, the forecast is for continued rising inflation in fiscal 2023. Madam Presiding Officer, this signals the need to boost our defense against inflation and protect the population from the falling real standard of living it invariably brings. Now turning my attention to the operations of the THA. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to highlight the fact that central government transfers to the Assembly have typically been significantly below the amounts requested. On average, on an annual basis, the THA requested 4.8 billion, but received 2.3 billion for the fiscal years 2017 to 2022, which is approximately 47% of its overall budgetary request. Significantly, the fall in recurrent expenditure for the period averaged 36%, while the shortfall in development expenditure was about 84%. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, a disproportionate share of the allocation was assigned to recurrent expenditure. Specifically, on average, 88% of the allocation was assigned to recurrent expenditure, with about 12%, on average about $272 million per year, being assigned to the development expenditure for the periods 2017 to 2022. $272 million amounts to an underinvestment in Tobago's development. It cannot finance the launch of serious development programs in Tobago. Urgent steps are needed to address this investment deficit starting in fiscal 2023. Moreover, Madam Presiding Officer, annual revenues collected in Tobago averaged $226.4 million for the period 2015 to 2020, roughly 10% of Tobago's actual allocation from the central government for that period, and 13% of the Tobago's GDP. Madam Presiding Officer, as I indicated to this House, the total liabilities of the Assembly as at December 2021 stood at $738.1 million. In addition to this, there were contingent liabilities in respect of the bond financing, which amounts to $215.8 million payable by 2027. This means that the total liability of the Assembly was in the vicinity of $954 million, which is about 57% of Tobago's estimated GDP for 2021. Overall, the data on liabilities point to the urgent need to grow Tobago's GDP and for an allocation to service these liabilities to avoid an emerging debt crisis. In general, the outlook for Tobago is one populated with challenges, and there are mounting calls for an intensification of the steps towards economic development, which my administration has started. In addition, Madam Presiding Officer, like the outlook for the international, regional, and national economies, the Tobago outlook also signals an urgent need for budget allocations in fiscal 2023 to begin the process of strengthening the diversification and development foundations of the Tobago economy and, by extension, the national economy. In other words, the Tobago economy, if done right, can save the national economy. Allow me to highlight a few of the policy actions taken by this administration since assuming office. Madam Presiding Officer, the data and findings unearthed from our international, regional, and domestic inquiries so far point to the need for the intensification of the basic needs approach my administration instituted since assuming control of the Assembly. Having witnessed and noted the devastating impact of COVID-19 and the attendant disruption of lives and livelihoods on assuming office, Madam Presiding Officer, my administration took the deliberate policy decision to provide for the basic needs of Tobagonians with severe fiscal constraints inherited from our predecessors. Policy decisions were taken in the following areas: health, housing, food, education, debt management, and support for businesses. In health, Madam Presiding Officer, you will recall that when this administration took office in December 2021, our COVID-19 health challenge was at its peak. However, we took immediate action, and through our COVID-19 strategic response, we were able to drastically reduce the number of deaths and hospitalizations. We expanded our capacity to properly store and look after bodies of the casualties of COVID-19, which reduced the pressure on loved ones, families, and friends. We increased the COVID-19 vaccination uptake, Madam Presiding Officer, and most critically, we strengthened our medical care capabilities at the intensive care unit at the Scarborough General Hospital. We established a pure parallel system for COVID-19 patients at the old hospital, thereby reducing patients' exposure. In addition, we improved COVID-19 home care by creating and distributing physiotherapist-led breathing exercises along with improved reporting and communication tools. Madam Presiding Officer, we saved lives. Additionally, from December 10th to May 31st, 2022, we distributed 222 general assistance grants through health, valued at $1.4 million for relief and assistance in the area of medical care, burials, food, clothing, household items, and home rental. In housing, we have given out home improvement grants to several households. Tomorrow, we will distribute an additional $9.7 million in grants to 700 plus households in the single largest home improvement grant distribution in THA's history. Madam Presiding Officer, many of these households have been waiting for years and have become very frustrated with the process. They get first check and can't get a second check. Years passing. PDP will fix that tomorrow. It is for these reasons that the Executive Council took the decision to clear the backlog by making the payments. Since then, the process has been reviewed and a new and cleaner process has been put in place. Our aim is to deliver the much needed support to our most vulnerable in their time of need. In addition, we have already assigned 54 service lots to Tobagonians, and as a result of our first draw for lots at Riseland Housing Development. In terms of food and food security, there is a need for a long-term solution to the current global food shortages, and so we have taken the decision to accelerate our capacity and capability to produce alternative flours and to promote household production of fresh vegetables while building out the island's food security and sovereignty systems. As we must have all heard by now, National Flour Mills increased its price of flour by 33% as of yesterday, resulting in a 28% increase for citizens. Madam Presiding Officer, this is even more justification for this strategic decision. The food card program, based on the findings of the 2021 special audit, was transferred from the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy, where it did not belong, to the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, where it belongs. And I assure you, Madam Presiding Officer, that this is one Secretary of Finance that does not have a vote in his office with food cards to give out as he pleases. No Auditor General calling my name. Work is being done with our bankers as we speak to upgrade the program to the e-wallet model. And when completed, the THA will have in the country the single largest e-wallet system for the transferal of funds for social protection. In education, we have reinstated in-person teaching and learning at all our schools. Relatedly, we returned the school feeding and nutrition program to full capacity from the first week of school reopening, providing meals for all students in the program at the preschool, primary and secondary school levels. In collaboration between the Divisions of Health and Education, we designed and implemented COVID-19 protocols at all our schools. We provided remote learning devices for over 1,000 primary and secondary students. We upgraded our school transportation program in keeping with the new policy that was developed by the Division of Education, Research and Technology. We provided grants to the tune of $1.6 million to maxi taxi owners contracted under the school transportation program to assist them with the required safety upgrades and maintenance. Further, we have already made $21 million available to the Division of Education, Research and Technology to conduct extensive school repairs during the 2022 July-August vacation. I am advised that this is the single largest July-August school repair program that the THA will be having in its history. This is well justified as the plants were closed for 2 years. In terms of debt management, to ascertain the correctness of the debts inherited, I commissioned a forensic audit in the programs associated with those liabilities. The audit should be completed by September 2022, much later than we hoped for, but that deadline is necessary to facilitate the volume of work. And in the interest of transparency and open government, the findings will be made public. And where the evidence points to infractions of the law, the culprits will be prosecuted. Notwithstanding, I have given a public commitment to provide compensation in small parts for the works completed in these projects. We understand that many contractors unfortunately got tied up by the wrongdoings of the past administration. Sure. But our legal team and auditors have advised that we can only provide small payments at this time so as to not jeopardize the outcomes. As an immediate response to these inherited fiscal constraints, I established a debt management committee in the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy. This committee has been gathering information on coefficient and implementable modalities and has submitted an interim report which is being actioned. Madam Presiding Officer, our goal is to manage the liquidation of these liabilities without compromising or upending our current and future development agenda for the island. Support for businesses. In recognition of the lethal damage COVID-19 has inflicted on the Tobago business community, I commissioned the Economic Management and Research Unit in the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy to conduct a study on the impact of the pandemic on businesses in Tobago and to identify practical, implementable and affordable solutions as to how the Assembly could further assist towards ensuring further assist towards ensuring the indigenous business community. Madam Presiding Officer, the preliminary results from the study indicate that during the COVID-19 pandemic, some 40% of our businesses experienced challenges meeting their payrolls, and some 37% their obligations to financial institutions, occasioned by reductions in sales up to 89%, shortage of cash flow up to 63%, and disruption in the supply of raw materials or inputs up to 35%. Madam Presiding Officer, these challenges have been identified as the major threats to the Tobago business community. As Chief Secretary and Secretary with direct responsibility for the development and management of the Tobago economy, I have been having extensive discussions with some of the leading banks and non-bank financial institutions with the aim of mitigating the harmful effects the pandemic has had and continues to have on businesses on the island. At the same time, the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy is in direct discussion with some commercial banks with the aim of co-creating a Tobago-specific cash flow solution. We are currently, meaning at this very moment, preparing a THA-backed $60 million liquidity facility to facilitate the island's business sector to recover from the adverse effects of the pandemic, along with practical and affordable ways of increasing the volume of domestic, regional, and international visitors to the island. This has been a snapshot of the policy actions taken, and my colleagues will present much more during the debate. I will not set out in detail my administration's policy agenda for fiscal 2023. I have said repeatedly in many places that the aim, or more aptly, ambition of my administration is to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. It is to develop every child, every family, and every village in Tobago. Yes. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration recognizes and acknowledges that for development to be meaningful, it must be ultimately positively impact the lives and quality of life of Tobagonians. In other words, Madam Presiding Officer, development is about improving people's welfare. Our vision for Tobago is as an island with the following attributes. Allow me to lay out the attributes of the greatest little island on the planet.
Tell them.
Number one, Madam Presiding Officer, a per capita income and standard of living that surpass those of other small island states. Number two, a highly educated and innovative population. Number three, a technologically driven, innovative, productive, resilient, and competitive economy. Yes. Number four, an efficient, effective, and accountable public service. Yes. Number five, a modern, scientific, and efficient healthcare sector. Yes. Number six, constitutional autonomy within the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Number seven, every Tobagonian having opportunities for self-actualization. Number eight, protection and caring for the most vulnerable. Number nine, a population that is united, peaceful, safe, and secure. Number 10, green and modern state-of-the-art public infrastructure. Yes. And number 11, open, transparent, accountable, and inclusive governance, unlike what we have seen before. Presiding Officer, despite the old unproductive noises coming from our political opponents and distractors,
Always.
are we hearing some today?
Yes.
Who have had their day and who were comprehensively rejected by the people. My team and I will continue to chart and implement a progressive, innovative, and people-friendly course.
Yes.
In keeping with our vision for Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer, the budget statement for fiscal 2023, the first installment of the longer-term development goal of making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet, is themed towards a smarter, greener, more autonomous Tobago. And just in case you were just closing your fridge door, close it properly.
Repeat.
Sip your water. And let me repeat the theme for fiscal 2023, or the first installation of our agenda of making the greatest little island on the planet. The theme for this fiscal year coming is towards a smarter, greener, more autonomous Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, we are starting now. Accordingly, the core development framework and the strategic priority areas for growth, development and transformation in fiscal 2023 will be the focus of the remainder of this section. I will be discussing the following themes: governance reform, economic transformation and business development, tourism sector and the development of the orange economy, food security and sovereignty, the blue economy, human capital development, health and social protection program, community development and empowerment, institutional reform and transformation, development of young people, sport development and recreational infrastructure, public safety, and the physical infrastructure development. Madam Presiding Officer, I start with governance reform.
Let go.
Madam Presiding Officer, good governance is undoubtedly the linchpin that holds a society together and determines the successful outcomes of its development efforts. In Tobago's case, one element of good governance is autonomy. That is, the right of Tobagonians to determine their social, economic, and political destiny. After nearly 60 years of independence and almost 42 years of the modern-day Tobago House of Assembly, it remains an irrefutable fact that the current constitutional and legislative arrangements that establish the government of Tobago and the government of Trinidad and Tobago deny us our autonomy. Actually, they take away our right to determine our social, economic, and political destiny without interference from the national government. The autonomy bills before the Parliament have been found to be woefully inadequate and were therefore comprehensively rejected by the majority of Tobagonians. Notably, there has been no legislative action on this critical issue for nearly a year now. Let me put the national community on notice, therefore, that this administration have taken steps and will take more steps, necessary steps, for the people of Tobago to be given their constitutional right to self-determination. To this end, for the first time in the history of the Tobago House of Assembly, Madam Presiding Officer, we have established as a standalone division the Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary. The office includes a Department of Intergovernmental Affairs, with the principal responsibility to secure self-government for Tobago in the shortest possible time. Madam Presiding Officer, the first major gain from a sufficient level of autonomy is that it will allow Tobago to control and deploy its resources and plan its development in the context of the national economy wisely. In light of the relevant facts and without reference from the goings-on in the Cabinet. The second major gain will be a greater focus on the national investment capacity on national economic diversification and development through Tobago. Some of this relates to proper boundaries for Tobago being recognized in the law, and some to the monetization of the oil and gas located in the seas around Tobago.
Yes.
This new THA administration has resolved to purposefully pursue legislative and regulatory changes towards a fair share revenue agreement associated with greater autonomy for the island.
Yes.
Given the recent discoveries of oil and gas in the waters around Tobago, it is time to return to the bargaining table to negotiate a new revenue sharing agreement between Tobago and Trinidad.
Yes.
Assure the Prime Minister cannot inaccurately, ever again, inaccurately say that all Tobago contributes is 200 and something million.
Never. Never.
We are grateful for the template that the Dispute Resolution Commission has established and see the upper limit of 6.9% as a good starting point, but not a settled position.
Not.
And I wish to advise my friends on the other side who have been saying that had we gotten the woefully inadequate island government bill, we would have gotten more money. I wish to advise that at this present moment, the law allows their colleagues in Trinidad to give us more money. 6.9%. And if they were so interested and love Tobago, it will be no problem to give us 6.9%. Therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, that 6.8% in their bill was a bluff. Therefore, this will be the starting point of our conversation with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance in respect of Tobago's allocation for development spending in fiscal 2023. As a matter of fact, Tobago and Trinidad should advance the conversation to include consideration of a formula for sharing of natural resources, consensual exploration of these resources, and reward sharing. As part of the development of the Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary and this bold new push for greater autonomy, this division will negotiate our just dues through an energy bureau, and it will simultaneously rally the support of our large, intelligent, powerful and influential diaspora living in Trinidad and elsewhere around the world. With regards to mobilizing our diaspora for the push for greater autonomy, one must appreciate that our efforts this round must be radically different from anything we have tried before. Yes. Tobagonians are frankly tired of the repetitive cycle of first, consultations in Tobago, second, ensuing public debates with the same leading voices, yes. Third, a proposed bill, and then fourth, rejection by the National Parliament. We have been trying this method since a P.T. James, and it has not resulted in the granting of a Tobago government structured the way we want. We are officially tired of the excessive talk and the lack of real action by the National Parliament. Sure. So, as we speak, efforts are underway to establish the first THA outpost in Port of Spain. Just as Scotland operating a Scotland House representing the government of Scotland at number 58 Victoria Embankment Temple in London, not in Cardiff, not in Scotland itself, but in London. I wish to announce in this house that there will be a Tobago house located on Pembroke Street, Port of Spain. We can't get our autonomy by staying in Tobago. No. We will take the time to educate our Trinidadian friends and family on this matter, while pushing for the National Parliament to correct a colonial wrong. In other words, we will deliberately disrupt the national politics until they give us what belongs to us. Madam Presiding Officer, I now look at strategies for economic transformation and business development. Our strategies for economic transformation and business development are built on productivity growth, support for innovation, mobilization of foreign direct investment, diaspora engagement, and support for businesses.
Yes.
Madam Presiding Officer, permit me to describe the Tobago economy as service-led, tourism-driven, and government-powered, with productivity challenges that we must frontally engage. To address the productivity challenge in the public sector on the island, we propose to accelerate the digital transformation of the operation of the THA in order to marry speed with efficiency.
Yes.
We will train, retool, and reskill public servants and public officers at all levels. We will lead an internal campaign to generate sentiments of pride, joy, and patriotism among the workers of the THA. We will provide specialized training for administrators, heads of departments, and other persons in supervisory positions. We will introduce a more rigorous performance management system to monitor and evaluate worker productivity and identify training needs. We will promote greater public accountability for public resources. We will improve the working environment to ignite and sustain the productivity of workers and implement a recognition and award system for service excellence across the THA. And to treat the productivity issues in the private sector, we propose to engage different business chambers, Small Tobago have 2 of them, and other business organizations on the island with the aim of co-creating solutions to their productivity issues. We will provide financial and technical assistance to businesses through the THA's Venture Capital Equity Fund and the Business Development Unit to incentivize productivity improvements in the private sector and to provide the quality of public infrastructure that will enhance and promote productivity in the private sector. Madam Presiding Officer, we will engage with the labor unions as we have already started, and businesses in a tripartite arrangement to arrive at additional strategies to address the productivity problems on the island. Innovation. Madam Presiding Officer, we also need to expand and diversify our economy, and therefore to find new and more efficient and innovative ways of doing some of the tasks we now perform. To also produce new goods and services and make their delivery to market more efficient, quite like the Smart app in the Division of Infrastructure. However, Madam Presiding Officer, we recognize that for innovation to take place, we must foster an enabling environment that encourages and supports innovation in our society. Our education system needs to be reoriented to produce students who can pursue critical and innovative ways of thinking and turn them into life-altering technologies and businesses. In addition, the THA must become an innovative institution where public service is continuously brought up to date by the application of new processes, the introduction of new techniques, and the creation of new values. This administration therefore commits to creating an environment that supports scientific research and the development of innovative products and services. In this regard, we propose to provide targeted financial assistance to both individuals and businesses for innovation in products, services, and business processes. Establish and fund a Tobago Innovation Challenge program at the primary and secondary levels of our education system. Support research and development in food technology, agri-technologies, renewables, and the general sciences in collaboration with tertiary institutions. Develop the Tobago Strategic Policy Framework to guide the development and promotion of innovation, and support the commercialization of innovative ideas and technologies, and protect their intellectual property rights.
Sure.
Foreign direct investment policy and diaspora engagement. Madam Presiding Officer, we are mindful of the fact that to fuel our economic transformation, we need to significantly address the financial constraints affecting the Assembly. We also recognize that to drive our development in any meaningful way, we must mobilize our resources, or mobilize resources beyond our budgetary allocation and our domestic resources.
Sure.
In this regard, we believe foreign direct investment can be a significant catalyst to drive Tobago's economic development. Over the last 20 years, Tobago has not done well in attracting foreign direct investment. Accordingly, this administration will work to reduce or eliminate some of the legal as well as institutional constraints that negatively impact Tobago's attractiveness to foreign direct investors. In this regard, over the next fiscal year, the THA will move aggressively to stimulate FDI inflows by 1. Developing a comprehensive investment policy that addresses the key constraints to doing business in Tobago. 2. Lobbying the Cabinet to amend the Foreign Investment Act and to review and promote the fiscal incentives that are currently offered to investors in Tobago. This is critical to ensure the country's economic diversification efforts. 3. Having the current land licensing regime removed.
Yes.
It is inimical to Tobago's autonomy efforts to have some ministers sitting in an office in Port of Spain without a clue about Tobago's needs, cultural nuances, and spatial issues, but down there deciding who can invest and where they can invest. Only a PNM-THA could have so carelessly given away Tobago's economic independence. To solve Tobagonians' concerns about FDIs, this administration will be doing a comprehensive spatial plan for Tobago. This plan will determine and protect environmentally sensitive areas and the integrity of small villages.
Take notes.
Creating appropriate zones for commercial activity, residential activity, and agricultural activities. This spatial plan will be the new way to manage FDIs among other investments and where they are placed. This is what Tobago should have done in the first place.
All right.
It is wholly undemocratic and can potentially lead to corruption to have 1 or 2 public officers deciding for an entire island where FDIs should go.
Precisely.
The spatial plan, the comprehensive spatial plan, will determine where they will go.
Yes.
Streamlining the processes and procedures for foreign investors for ease of understanding of the requirements for investing in the Tobago space is now a necessity. Already, foreigners and trainees are commending us on our decision to abolish forthwith the archaic dress code policy. Even some central government services in Tobago have adopted the policy, namely Registrar General's Office and licensing.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Madam Presiding Officers, yachties in Trinidad are complaining that they are required to come ashore in the dinghy, dressed in long pants and shoes, and sleeves on their shirts in order to access services of customs and excise and immigration. Tobago is leading the way. Expediting the development of a land use or spatial development plan that will identify designated zones for certain types of development projects will critically solve a lot of our issues with FDIs. Lobbying the cabinet, we will also be lobbying the cabinet to use the Trinidad and Tobago embassies, high commissions and consulates abroad to facilitate investment. The Tobago desk at our embassies and consulates should be re-established. And we'll be launching a very aggressive investment marketing campaign to encourage persons from the diaspora to invest in Tobago. Yes. In other words, come back home and spend your money. There is a large number of Tobagonians domiciled outside of Tobago that are willing to contribute to the island's development. We must harness the skills and abilities of these persons to deepen our economic and social transformation. In this regard, over the next fiscal year, we propose to develop a comprehensive diaspora engagement strategy to provide a clear framework for the diaspora contribution and participation in Tobago's development. We will develop and maintain a comprehensive database of Tobagonians in the diaspora. We will collaborate more effectively with non-governmental organization groups in diasporic communities in providing philanthropy of different forms to the health sector in Tobago. We will promote a diaspora homecoming event to coincide with the Heritage 2023 celebration. And so if you're watching from on Facebook, from out there in New York, start to book your ticket for Heritage 2023. Come home.
Massive.
We will develop a mentorship program utilizing successful professionals from the diaspora to assist in capacity expansion of young Tobago professionals. We will collaborate with NGO groups in diasporic communities in hosting trade shows and exhibitions, thereby providing market exposure to Tobago businesses, products and services. We will collaborate with local NGOs, cultural groups, fashion designers, agro-processors and other artisans to travel to areas with significant number of Tobagonians living abroad to engage and promote opportunities available at home. And Madam Presiding Officer, let this House know that at this very moment, the Executive is considering two such proposals. A cultural group out of Roxborough and a group of young fashion designers. We will also provide a suite of incentives for Tobagonians returning home to invest in commercial activity on the island. Madam Presiding Officer, the Diaspora Engagement Unit and the Foreign Investment Unit in the Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary will be tasked with leading our strategy to attract foreign direct investment from our diaspora. Madam Presiding Officer, THA support for businesses. Today is really a good day to be alive in Tobago. THA support for businesses. Madam Presiding Officer, the development of an indigenous private business sector in Tobago is another critical pillar in our strategy for economic development and transformation. Over the past 20 years, the THA established a number of programs and initiatives to provide financial technical support and technical support designed to boost business development on the island. However, these programs have not succeeded in developing the private sector in the island to encouraging levels. Under the Enterprise Assistance Grant Programs, 2,571 grants with a value of 32.7 million were dispersed since its inception in 2011. Adjacently, under the Enterprise Assistance Fund that was established in 2004, a total of 275 loans valued at 26.5 million have been issued to date. Madam Presiding Officer, this loan portfolio is plagued with a very high and troubling rate of delinquency of 32%. This does not speak well for the management and overall sustainability of the fund. In fact, this speaks of a reckless management of state resources and the sometimes dangerous intersection of politics and business. Similarly, under the Venture Capital Equity Fund program, which commenced in 2011, a total equity investment of 13.5 million has been made in 5 investee companies, 80% of which are currently experiencing severe financial hardships. And I must hasten to add that the financial hardships of these businesses started sometime ahead of the pandemic. So COVID then caused that. Madam Presiding Officer, as the Secretary with the responsibility for these boards, I have given the boards the mandate to reorganize and repurpose them to improve efficiency and their overall levels of effectiveness. There will be policy changes, especially within the Business Development Unit. For starters, the unit will be required to now consider providing grants and or loans for the purchase of stock or raw materials. SMEs will also now be empowered to use the funding to purchase equipment and or stock internationally. Additionally, the BDU will be required to consider grants and loans for the creative sectors. So now our local filmmakers, musicians, performing and visual artists can look forward to investments in their craft. There is still a need, Madam Presiding Officer, for us to find innovative and creative ways of mobilizing larger volumes of cost-efficient investment capital to fund economic and business development projects on the island. It is against this backdrop that my administration is seriously pursuing the establishment of an economic development financing mechanism along the lines of a Tobago Development Bank. I am pleased to announce that discussions have been held with officials of the Caribbean Development Bank and the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago about the establishment of a Tobago Development Bank. The officials of both entities expressly stated their support for the idea and have committed to providing technical support for the design of the governance and operational aspects. The CDB has also expressed its willingness to fund the preparation of a detailed concept note to initiate the process. Madam Presiding Officer, we envisage a Tobago Development Bank will perform the following functions among others.
Yes.
Mobilization of investment capital to fund the economic expansion and development programs and projects of the Assembly. Provision of banking and financial intermediary services to financial entities indigenous to Tobago, such as credit unions. Provision of low-cost education loans to Tobagonians. Serving as the banker of the Assembly. Yes. Provision of land banking services to Tobagonians and subsuming all the existing THA business financing and development programs in its operations. In addition, Madam Presiding Officer, my administration has decided to establish a trade unit in the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy with the core mandate of creating trading links and exporting opportunities for Tobago export-oriented businesses. The unit will also provide the necessary technical support to these businesses to ensure that they meet all the standards and requirements to export their products regionally and internationally. The unit will be geared to building the much-needed infrastructure to expand the market access and will boost the viability of the island's businesses. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, Cove Eco-Industrial and Business Park remains one of the most important assets in Tobago's industrial development equation. It provides factory spaces for businesses to establish their production plants. It also provides long-term land leases to businesses that prefer to construct their own factory spaces to meet certain production requirements that are not available in the built spaces. Currently, there are 14 tenants operating production plants at the business park. The business park is operated and managed by EIDCOT, Eco-Industrial Development Company of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, the new Board of Directors of EIDCOT has been mandated to immediately conduct an evaluation of the company's business model that specifically looks at its processes, systems, and human resources. In addition, my administration is actively pursuing the development of EIDCOT becoming Tobago's premier project and management entity, which will manage all the major development projects of the Assembly. This is intended to create a circular flow of finance among the entities of the Assembly and reduce financial outflows. Madam Presiding Officer, the Studley Park Quarry is pregnant with significant revenue earning potential, notwithstanding the failure of the last administration to birth these possibilities. But I believe the Division of Infrastructure has a midwife in charge now that will birth these possibilities. This administration is intent on harvesting the revenue earning potential of this treasured asset, and accordingly, the new board has been mandated to review and address when necessary the business model of the company. It has also been mandated to explore the possibility of diversifying the product offering towards new value-added products such as stone tiles, sandpaper, and to explore new export markets. The new board has also been mandated to consider changing the name from Studley Park Quarry and to create a structure that will take care of the mining assets of all of Tobago and to look for new spaces around the island where mining of our precious stones can be done. Madam Presiding Officer, please permit me to look now at our strategy for development of the tourism sector and the orange economy. Madam Presiding Officer, tourism is an important sector in Tobago's economic landscape, and for the short to medium term, it is expected to continue to play that role. Madam Presiding Officer, our borders have now been reopened. We are learning to live with COVID-19 and actively preparing to for the resumed inflow of visitors. We must rebuild our tourism sector and regain lost momentum. Therefore, in fiscal 2023, this administration intends to make the required investments in order to take specific steps to begin unlocking and deploying the underutilized development potential of the tourism sector. However, as you are well aware, Madam Presiding Officer, we do not have sufficient high-end rooms to sustain an economically viable tourism industry. That we agree with. The preliminary estimates suggest that we need at least 5,000 high-end rooms to build a viable tourism sector in Tobago. That does not necessarily mean Sandals. Currently, the shortfall is about 2,500 rooms. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm happy to announce that we have had preliminary discussions with two major investors.
Yes.
Collectively, these two investors will result in the direct injection of approximately 1.5 billion in the Tobago economy, should they materialize. Both investments are likely to add about 850 rooms in the next 3 years. One of these investments relates to the tricky Rocky Point Hotel development. This project started in the most troubling manner, but we are attempting to responsibly manage this project in the interest of all Tobagonians. When we got into office, the developers reached out and indicated that they had not had a formal conversation with the THA prior. It is unbelievable that a tourism-related project, a fifth scheduled item of that magnitude, was planned for Tobago without Tobago's leadership input. I mean, they plan it, and the Chief Secretary just sit down like a mumu and clap. Oh. After learning of these developments, we did the responsible thing and invited the principals to Tobago to tour the land and to meet with the stakeholders. It is the expressed intention of my administration to monitor and work closely with the developers to ensure that all the concerns that were raised are addressed to the satisfaction of all stakeholders. We are at this moment awaiting final designs and plans commensurate with those concerns. All things being equal, Madam Presiding Officer, indications are that during the construction phase, these two investments will provide approximately 1,050 jobs for young Tobagonians and approximately 425 full-time jobs upon commissioning and full operation. Madam Presiding Officer, we are exploring and evaluating a development model where the value of concessions and the land provided to any developer are exchanged for shares or equity in a holding company. This is a model we intend to pursue, where development projects in Tobago require concessions from the THE. As it relates to the troubling Mantle Lodge and Sanctuary Resort, it's only troubling projects they had, but as it relates to the troubling Mantle Lodge and Sanctuary Resort, this administration is actively pursuing the divestment option in relation to these properties, which were purchased by our predecessors in 2014 for 32 million, and which continue to attract millions of dollars in expenditure annually. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, this administration will establish a tourism cross-sectoral committee. The committee will provide guidance and take action on matters impacting tourism development which are outside of the direct purview of the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation and its supporting companies. It is my understanding that a similar committee was operational several years ago. This initiative is rooted in the recognition of the gaps in addressing several issues which impact tourism, not the least of which are our visitor safety. Beautification of downtown Scarborough and open spaces, management of sites and attractions, service delivery across the industry, air and seaport facilities, health protocols, and other cross-sectoral issues. Madam Presiding Officer, other initiatives we intend to undertake will include, but not be limited to, the following: an aggressive strategic marketing campaign aimed at revitalizing the domestic and international arrivals, strategic partnership with tourism stakeholders in pursuit of several green initiatives that will make Tobago the ideal green, sustainable, hospitable, relaxing, warm and therapeutic place for vacationers, upgrade of existing public and community awareness initiatives that highlight economic opportunities for residents, the provision of financial and technical resources through the Tobago Tourism Agency to enable the adaptation of digital technologies such as websites, booking engines, and property management systems integrated with channel managers to improve business processes, and the provision of financial and technical assistance to assist businesses to undertake appropriate organizational changes and the transformation of business activities, processes, and competencies models. Madam Presiding Officer, as previously mentioned, Tobago is service-driven and tourism-led. For an economy such as ours to be buoyant, it will require predictable, sufficient, and reliant air and sea transport. At my last check last night, Madam Presiding Officer, the paltry offerings by Caribbean Airlines of 12 flights daily are sold out till after Tobago Carnival in October and even beyond. And while this is so, hotel and guest house capacity remains at max 50% bookings. The excuse I was given is that it is costly to keep the A&R Robinson Airport open till the usual 1:30 a.m. in the morning. In other words, it is too costly to keep the Tobago Airport open till 1:30 a.m. while the Trinidad Airport is open 24 hours per day. I have checked with the Airports Authority and discovered that the cost to keep the airport open till 2 a.m. daily will cost only $16,800 per day. Somebody in the central government thinks it is too costly to pay $16,800 per day to keep the Tobago Airport open for this economy to get moving again. Madam Presiding Officer, we propose to foot the bill from our airlift support resources to keep the Tobago Airport open till 1:30 a.m.
Yeah, we're fixing that.
After all, air and seaports are part of the remit of the 5th schedule.
Right.
This is a clear signal from this administration that we do not just want autonomy, but we are ready for the responsibility. Caribbean Airlines will now have no excuses. The movement of Caribbean Airlines between the both islands is an essential service, and it is the duty of the central government to fund such an operation. Therefore, I am using this platform to say to Caribbean Airlines, please return to full capacity. Madam Presiding Officer, the gains from the targeted investments will be considerable. The tourism business establishments will become more efficient, which will free up time and resources to focus on strategic tasks. Business incomes and savings will grow as the gap closes between enticing a potential visitor and closing a sale. New jobs will be created as the sector develops, and altogether, Tobago will experience a rising standard of living.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Presiding Officer, the creative economy, also called the orange economy, comprises designs and visual arts, tourism and cultural heritage, new media and software, performing arts, music and literary arts, and publications. The most recent estimates by United Nations Conference on Trade and Development suggest that if the orange economy globally are seen as a single country, it will be the 4th largest economy, currently worth $4.29 trillion, and the 9th largest economy, currently worth and the 9th largest exporter of goods and services at $646 billion, and it will have the 4th largest labor force of 144 million workers. Madam Presiding Officer, we inherited a poorly maintained and underdeveloped shore park complex, along with the newly formed Tobago Performing Arts Company, and we immediately set out to bring some structure to the space. We got the air conditioning fixed after all this while.
Wow.
So now the space is usable. We supported with THA resources the adventures of the Performing Arts Academy as it's this administration's intent to explore opportunities in the orange economy. The possibilities for the orange economy was brought to the fore by the overwhelming response of one of TPAC's signature productions, the Bitter Cassava. The production was well received in both Tobago and Trinidad, and the THA sponsored that and paid for that adventure, might I add.
Yeah.
Over the next fiscal year, we propose through the Shore Park Complex and TPAC to undertake the following initiatives. Provide technical support to primary and secondary schools in Tobago for visual arts and performing arts or VAPA programs. Provide technical support to the various communities to enhance the quality of their heritage productions. Host a festival of the arts called Malay to showcase local plays and local cultural talents. Embark on a marketing campaign to take Bitter Cassava production to regional and international audiences. Provide technical support aimed at making the Tobago Carnival a distinctly Tobagonian product, blending the cultural nuances of Tobago with a contemporary carnival flair. Build out all performance and training spaces at Shore Park Complex include, among other things, a recording studio, a green room, LED room, dance studios, small theaters, meeting and conference rooms, etc. Explore film making opportunities. Have a dedicated team that will market Tobago as a filmmaker's paradise. Create documentaries, soaps, sitcoms, children content, public education content, and creative advertisements for the promotion of Tobago, among others. Bring world-renowned experts in the performing and visual arts to take up residency at the facility to promote the training of our young people. Transformation of Shore Park Complex as an academic facility where tertiary level institutions can offer their degree programs. This will be part of our development of education for export. And within the next month, the Departments of Culture and Antiquities will be resident at the Shore Park Complex. Finally, Tobago's most expensive development project is being put to good use. Moreover, Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago Festival Commission will be mandated to offer to visitors some of their signature heritage festival events, including goat and crab races throughout the year. Further, the Commission, along with the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute, will oversee the introduction of a food and wine festival in 2023. Relatedly, the Department of Culture will establish a steel pan academy in Tobago and will include the making and tuning of pans and also classes in playing the steel pan. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration has decided to establish an antiquities unit to more effectively use our archaeological artifacts as part of our tourism product. In fiscal 2023, the Antiquities Department will rehabilitate and refurbish various historical sites, inclusive of the Speyside Water Wheel, the Roxburgh Cocoa House, and the Cano Bay Sugar Mills, among others, to more formally integrate them into the island's tourism product. The department will also develop an antiquities registry system that will more accurately keep check of our cultural and historical assets. Given that Tobago has had a more storied past than most other Caribbean territories, there is an urgent need to have an assembly bill sent down to Parliament, to have legislation enacted to protect the island's artifacts. We have a few indiscriminate and inconsiderate citizens pilfering and trading artifacts from across the island. Individuals have stolen artifacts from state lands and private holdings and have taken these artifacts into their homes and even exported a few. Some have harvested the artifacts and sold them as scrap iron. Others have repositioned artifacts in their own yards and used artifacts such as large copper pots once used to boil sugarcane juice to plant flowers and adorn themselves, thereby robbing the population of access to part of their history. We will also explore having archaeologists and university students participate in controlled and authorized digs. In the long run, Tobago will have to invest in a climate control facility and appropriate spaces to house artifacts and historical records on the island. Madam Presiding Officer, I now turn to food security and sovereignty. The state of the agricultural sector and food security in Tobago are untenable. The island's agricultural sector contributes less than 1% of Tobago's estimated GDP, which amounts to 18.4 million in 2021. The sector employs 2.5% of the labor force, or about 800 workers. This means that labor productivity in agriculture, crudely measured, is just about 14%, even lower than that of the government sector at 88%. Further, it is estimated that as much of the 80% of the fresh agricultural products sold and consumed in Tobago are imported from Trinidad. The data signals an urgent need for rapid productivity growth in and the transformation of our agricultural sector. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, the COVID-19 pandemic, the disruption of supply chains globally, and the Ukraine-Russian war, with the attendant increases in food prices, have made it more urgent for decisive actions to be taken towards the development of our agriculture sector and food security systems. My administration intends to make safe and nutritious foods available and affordable to all Tobagonians. Towards this end, we are committed to undertaking all necessary steps to revitalize Tobago's agricultural sector and build sustainability in the island's food security systems. The Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development is committed to addressing the delays in tractor pool services to farmers. A committee has been established to review the operational efficiency of the tractor pool service. In cases where the demands for land preparation services exceed tractor pool's ability to deliver these services, the division will outsource to private tractor operators to help the situation. We intend, Madam Presiding Officer, to get more young people involved in agriculture through the strengthening of 4-H clubs as well as apprenticeship programs. The Kendall Farm School will be upgraded to the Tobago Agriculture Research Institute, or TARI, which will deliver a Tobago Youth in Agriculture training program. The strategic objective is to establish an institution for continuous training and development of farmers and a cadre of skilled young agri-entrepreneurs to drive the sustainable development of the sector. The institute will place greater emphasis on the use of virtual training and more community-centric face-to-face training as it seeks to make its offerings more accessible. Madam Presiding Officer, in addition to the aforementioned initiatives, TARI will also utilize existing infrastructure at Hope Farm, Goldsboro and other sites across Tobago to link research training and practice geared towards stimulating growth and productivity in the agriculture sector through the deployment of climate-smart agricultural technologies. The rollout of TARI will be spearheaded by the Departments of Agriculture and Fisheries in collaboration with the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company. Work on the establishment of TARI will commence in fiscal 2023. Madam Presiding Officer, TAPCO has been mandated to lead and ensure the sustainable growth and development of agri-business on the island. TAPCO will repurpose the Shore Park temporary market into a day-night market where farmers, agro-processors, food vendors, artisans, and craftsmen will be able to sell their products. Madam Presiding Officer, the THA will strengthen ongoing collaboration with the Food and Agriculture Organization and the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture towards enhancing the school nutrition program through greater infusion of local agricultural produce in the meal offerings. This initiative is intended to provide a guaranteed market for locally produced agricultural products to be consumed in the school nutrition program. We also intend to foster greater synergies between the agriculture sector and the tourism sector through festivals such as Yam Festival, Blue Food Festival, the Breadfruit Festival, Mango Festival, and the Cocoa at the Lower Estate. Another aspect of the agro-tourism initiative will be the revitalization of the cocoa industry, especially with its valued history and culture. Madam Presiding Officer, to support the research and technical agenda of the sector, various databases are being digitized to make the collection and sharing of data more efficient. The Research and Development of Information Systems project has been launched by the division. Data enumerators have been employed to start collecting agricultural data from the various agricultural districts. Madam Presiding Officer, we propose to increase production and productivity in the agriculture sector by making agricultural lands accessible and available for farming through an enhanced road infrastructure development program, one that is not fraught with corruption. We will be establishing at least 2 highly specialized mega farms of no less than 100 acres each. We'll be introducing, promoting and deploying appropriate farming technologies and providing financial and technical assistance to incentivize agricultural production and agro-processing in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I now turn to the blue economy. Madam Presiding Officer, according to the United Nations and its affiliates, the blue economy is defined as the range of economic sectors and related policies that determine whether the use of oceanic resources is sustainable. The blue economic concept is about promoting economic growth while preserving and improving the livelihoods that are dependent on coastal assets and the ocean. Madam Presiding Officer, given Tobago's geographical location and its associated marine park resources, the development of the blue island economy represents significant potential for the socio-economic transformation of Tobagonians. Globally, the fishing industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry that provides significant economic growth and development opportunities for small island economies like Tobago. We are all aware that many Tobagonians currently derive their livelihoods from our marine resources and coastal assets. However, there is still substantial untapped potential to use these resources to spur diversification and the strengthening of Tobago's economic base. Our core strategy is the modernization of our fishing industry. In this regard, we will provide the necessary resources to the sector to start work to establish the Tobago Institute of Marine Education, or time for time, which will deal primarily with research and development and the training of fishers and other operators in the industry to have this facility operational while exploits in the development of marinas are beginning. Tobago must not have a marina completed without there being trained professionals in this space to manage the operations and maintenance opportunities associated with marinas. In this effort, we are prepared to partner with the University of Trinidad and Tobago and to also send on scholarship a small cohort to the Caribbean Maritime University in Jamaica to be trained, to support the establishment of marinas in the Tobago space with the THA, not central government, and certainly not NITCO leading the way. I recently had cause to politely and legally tell NITCO that it was out of place.
That's right.
Act 40 of 1996 is clear. Once it is a fifth schedule matter, the activity shall, not if or maybe, but shall be carried out by and through the THA. So marinas will be built and private companies will be engaged,
Yes.
but it will all be done through the THA and not through any external parties. For the blue economy, we are also strengthening fisherfolk associations. So we want to strengthen our fisherfolk associations with the strategic aim of having them transition into cooperatives. We will provide financial assistance and technical support to assist fishers to increase their fleet and fleet sizes, the configuration of fleet types, and the infusion of modern fishing technologies. We have to go past fishing with pirogues. The relaunch of the gas rebate initiative program after all these years. We will also promote the development of value added in respect of seafood products that satisfy international up-to-date food safety standards by financing options through our Venture Capital Equity Fund Limited and Business Development Fund. Upgrading of all fishing facilities on the island and ensure that they are, for the very least, HACCP compliant or to meet international up-to-date food safety standards and be functionally effective. Research, develop and deploy appropriate sargassum or seaweed management systems and technologies. It is my dream, Madam Presiding Officer, that in the next fiscal year, Tobago will have the opportunity to move away from the use of backhoes and excavators for the clearing of beaches. We cannot be battling coastal degradation and contributing to it at the same time. We will develop and implement an integrated and coordinated security and safety framework that includes, but is not limited to, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, Police Service, Maritime Services, Air Guard, Division of Health, and TEMA. And we will commission a fish audit to determine the types and sizes of fishes, the breeding grounds, and quantities in our waters.
Yes.
Madam Presiding Officer, please permit me now to speak to the issues of environment and climate change. As many are aware, Northeast Tobago was designated as a UNESCO Man and the Biosphere Reserve approximately 19 months ago. And allow me to break from my script, Madam Presiding Officer, and do the unusual thing and commend one of our predecessors in the former Secretary Devines, who was instrumental in this initiative as well. The Northeast Tobago Biosphere Reserve presents a rare, largely intact Caribbean island rich to ocean ecosystem that includes the world's oldest tropical rainforest reserve. The Biosphere Reserve encompasses 83,488 hectares with a marine area of 68,384 hectares that is home to coral reefs and mangroves, among other resources. Madam Presiding Officer, my administration intends to exploit fully all opportunities for the development and marketing of the Tobago that comes with such a designation. The UNESCO Man and the Biosphere designation presents prospects for enhancement of Tobago's international reputation and brand recognition, which can be used by entrepreneurs to successfully market local goods and services. the attraction of green visitors, new phrase, but the attraction of green visitors in greater numbers and creating additional spending in the wider tourism sector. Increased funding from international donors, development banks, and private investment to support environmental conservation activities and development of the green, blue, and purple economies in support of sustainable development. Enhanced opportunities for education and professional development through international exchanges, and an elevated focus on the environmental challenges of concern. Madam Presiding Officer, it is important to note that the UNESCO Man and the Biosphere designation provides a robust framework through which a progressive, ecologically focused, culturally sensitive, people-centered development agenda can be pursued. Indeed, international organizations are already showing an interest in establishing long-term investment profiles and partnerships based on the UNESCO Man and the Biosphere designation. Madam Presiding Officer, given the challenging socio-economic legacy of COVID-19 and in consideration of key environmental and ecological assets for our socio-economic well-being, the potential of this designation to be an important post-COVID recovery catalyst for Northeast Tobago and the entire island must be harnessed, and we intend to do so. On the other hand, climate change remains the biggest existential threat to life and livelihoods that we have grown accustomed to. For small island developing states in the Caribbean region, sea level rise and rising sea surface temperatures pose significant threats to coastal ecological systems such as coral reefs, beaches, coastal communities, and infrastructure. Madam Presiding Officer, with the Boku Reef Marine Park area with the Boku Reef Marine Park area, our SSTs and the anthropogenic effects arising from land-based activities have already resulted in significant coral decline in the Boku Reef. In addition to serving as nurseries for pelagic species, corals also play an important role in wave attenuation. Therefore, coral decline also results in feedback effects that manifest along our coastline in the form of coastal erosion and accretion. Madam Presiding Officer, Madam Presiding Officer, these effects are very evident along Tobago's treasured coastline. We are concerned about erosion along every coastline around the island, particularly along the windward coastline. Recently, a technical team from the CDB visited and conducted an assessment of coastal erosion around Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, having led the team along the visits, I can tell you that they were very astonished by the severity and aggressive nature of the erosion taking place around the island. The situation in the east is dire, with homes, beaches, fishing facilities under direct threat. The preliminary and conservative estimate given by the CDB team for the implementation of a well-engineered coastal protection and restoration program is at least 1.2 billion. I am advised that the team submitted an interim report to the Ministry of Planning and Development for funding consideration. Madam Presiding Officer, our technical officers are in constant contact with the bank's team and await the required and necessary funding. It should therefore be clear, Madam Presiding Officer, that addressing the issues related to RSSTs and SLRs and coastal erosion requires an approach that incorporates coastal risk assessment, including but not limited to the modeling of the impacts of sea level rise on coastal geomorphology, modeling of impacts of RSSTs on coastal biological systems, for example, coral reefs, community-based vulnerability assessments within coastal communities, identification of coastal adaptation pathways, identification of the limits to adoption, and selection of the most appropriate adoption options. Madam Presiding Officer, the Coastal Management Unit in the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development is engaged in a process of finding hard solutions. However, the tactical installation of armored rocks and other hard structures along vulnerable coastlines is only one strategy, which regrettably could at times lead to maladaptive coastal management outcomes that could exacerbate the effects of coastal erosion. Such maladaptive responses already exist in coastal southwest Tobago in areas such as Black Rock, Swallows, and the Pigeon Point Heritage Park. What is therefore urgently required is a suite of solutions that include infrastructure fixes, nature-based solutions, institutional strengthening, and a clear plan of action. In this regard, Presiding Officer, the Secretary with responsibility for coastal management is currently engaged in a process to undertake a comprehensive study of coastal erosion across all of Tobago. The project is entitled Living with the Sea. Beginning in fiscal 2023, we will establish a Living with the Sea working group that will be tasked with the responsibility of developing a comprehensive coastal resilience plan for areas that have been affected by the impacts of climatic and environmental changes. As part of the global community, Tobago is committed to playing its part in meeting global climate targets. Notwithstanding our insignificant role in fueling climate change, in pursuit of a net zero economy, the THA intends to account accurately for the role that its natural assets play in offsetting carbon emissions by exploring non-invasive ways of measuring the carbon sequestration capacity of Tobago's forest resources. Some experts believe that results of such an exercise may very well reveal that the island has already achieved and indeed exceeded the net zero target. Madam Presiding Officer, this information is expected to be particularly valuable to our international environmental reputation and tourism marketing efforts. Further, verifying Tobago's status in terms of the net zero target allows us not only to get involved in potentially lucrative carbon trading markets, but it also provides useful information to guide economic development on the island along sustainable pathways by monitoring the cumulative climatic impact of existing and planned economic activities against the carbon offsetting capacity of the island. So, Madam Presiding Officer, reforestation is an important climate mitigating strategy that contributes to the achievement of the net zero target given the role of forests in carbon sequestration. However, in small island developing states like ours with limited land space and competing land uses, efficient use of the limited space is a social, economic, and environmental imperative. In addition to continuing with conventional reforestation activities, the THA finds it prudently necessary to invest in agroforestry systems, including but not limited to the Tobago Breadfruit Initiative, which helps to address issues related to food security in a way which integrates households and communities in the process while addressing the climate challenge by positively contributing to the carbon sequestration capacity of the island. In addition, Madam Presiding Officer, focus will be placed on restoring natural ecosystems like mangrove forests to address climate impacts. The integrity of natural ecosystems like mangrove forests is a critical element of the matrix of solutions for addressing climate change impacts, particularly in small island developing states. Mangroves have a superior capacity to sequester carbon compared to terrestrial forests. They provide a range of ecosystem services and critical functions, which includes, among other things, shoreline stabilization, stormwater protection, and water quality maintenance, as well as the provision of habitats, feeding, and nursery grounds for a variety of terrestrial and marine species. In this regard, Madam Presiding Officer, my administration is committed to making the required investments in the restoration of natural ecosystems by supporting the restoration of wetlands across the island, including where necessary and practicable, the acquisition of privately held wetland assets that are considered critical to our conservation and net zero ideals. Globally, the energy and transport sectors are the source of very significant majority of greenhouse gases and emissions. And therefore, these sectors hold a key to meeting the climate challenge. Reducing the global carbon emission to net zero by mid-century is consistent with efforts to limit the long-term increase in average global temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, this calls for a transformation of how we all produce, transport, and consume energy. It also calls for the meaningful involvement of citizens in the process, and the transition to net zero is for and about people. A transition of this nature can only be achieved, Madam Presiding Officer, with the sustained support and participation by citizens. Madam Presiding Officer, for many countries, the net zero path is narrow, and staying on that pathway requires immediate investment in clean and efficient technologies. While Tobago isn't a significant producer of energy in-house, its long tradition of environmental stewardship, our international obligations, and our commitment to that net zero pathway calls for scaling up investments in renewable energy, particularly solar energy. In light of the rapidly reducing costs of solar power infrastructure, and as the technology becomes more efficient, electrification must be considered as an important economy-wide tool for reducing emissions in support of our net zero ideals. Accordingly, the THA is committed to facilitating the process to ensure that the energy requirements of all new public housing developments and existing THA-owned facilities will be satisfied in part by renewable energy powered by solar electricity. The THA is committed to the development of a policy framework to incentivize the inclusion of renewable energy in supplying power to all new industrial, commercial, and residential developments that are privately owned. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, this administration is committed to a progressive urban and rural planning agenda, which provides for a significant uptake in the utilization of renewable energy in facilitating the establishment and maintenance of commercial infrastructure and communication in support of sustainable development. We will partner with the private sector to eliminate the use of plastic bags at groceries and department stores island-wide. The private sector has already indicated that they are willing to foot 50% of the bill. Finally, Madam Presiding Officer, the THA intends to incentivize greater use of greener and more energy-efficient vehicles by working with public and private partners, locally and internationally, to facilitate the establishment of the appropriate infrastructure on the island to promote these vehicles. Already, PTSC has signaled that its next fleet of buses due to arrive in 2023 will be electric. The THA's next fleet of vehicles will also be electric. This executive wishes to signal that all publicly owned car parks and locations with public offices will all have charging stations for electric vehicles. Madam Presiding Officer, I refuse to allow Tobago to be left behind the way we were left behind with the promised and undelivered CNG gas station. Madam Presiding Officer, I will now speak to education and human capital development.
Yes.
Madam Presiding Officer, education is the key ingredient in our growth and transformation matrix to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. As Chief Secretary and also as an educator, I place a very high premium on education and knowledge capital. Accordingly, this administration has resolved to make the necessary levels of investment in the education, training, retooling, and reskilling of Tobagonians, especially our young people. Madam Presiding Officer, our strategic policy objective is to prepare Tobagonians to be responsible and productive citizens who can actively participate in the island's development and compete on a global scale. Madam Presiding Officer, the goal of this administration is to immediately begin to rebuild and transform the island's education system into a modern, digital, technologically driven, client-friendly, high-performing, and resilient learning ecology. Our intention is to make the investments necessary for the development of the education sector in fiscal 2023. Madam Presiding Officer, the investments will be geared towards the following: the completion of all the pre-construction works and requirements for the construction of the new Scarborough Secondary School at Bacalet at a projected cost of $500 million, which will be funded by the CDB loan. Completion of the assessment of the other secondary schools for the upgrade to smart school designation. Development and design of a plan for the construction of a new special school for students in the speech, language, and hearing impairment sector. Capacity building training in school leadership and governance in the focal areas of school-based management, performance-based management, public school discipline policy and planning, effective school framework, and positive behavior management. Provision to our teachers with the necessary training and resources that will equip them with the competencies required to effectively engage students in technologically enabled digital classrooms. Monitoring and evaluation of the performance of the students at primary school level via the Tobago District Assessment. Assessment of COVID-19 induced learning losses and making the necessary interventions to correct same to avoid future losses. Development and strengthening of the technical vocation and education training, known as TVET, to provide for a two-track education system in Tobago that will include our trade schools. Conversion of Roxborough Secondary into the Caribbean's premier and possibly only TVET school that takes a youth from secondary education all the way to tertiary education. It must be one of a kind. And Madam Presiding Officer, I am ironically making this pronouncement 3 days after the passing of one of the island's most foremost TVET educators and former Roxborough secondary teacher, Mr. Arturus Brown of Charlottesville. An aggressive campaign to acquire sufficient and suitably qualified teachers and educators in TVET. We will also have the reassessment of school nutrition program to ensure that our students are being fed clean, safe, and healthy meals. A school feeding observatory will be set up to facilitate timely access by parents to the weekly menus. This Division of Education and Technology has already signaled its intent to now increase by $5 the cost we pay for breakfast and lunch for our children. The creation and alignment of the school curriculum with a Tobago-centric cultural and historical agenda that will reinforce the students and their community's sense of self. Development of specific interventions and associated investments to improve the performance of our students at both primary and secondary levels, ensuring that all critical remedial or enhancement works on the school plant are completed on time and within budget, retrofitting schools at the various levels of the education sector to accommodate special needs students and staff. Effective September 1, 2022, there will be the hiring of pupil aides and teacher aides to assist with the integration of students throughout the public school system. Effective September 1, 2022, there will be the hiring of occupational therapists, speech-language therapists, physiotherapists, art therapists, and diagnostic specialists for our schools in general and our school for the deaf at Bonaccord and Happy Haven more specifically. Currently, we have none formally engaged in the education system. The construction of a purpose-built, modern, technologically advanced school for special needs children on the island, Madam Presiding Officer, has finally started with pre-construction works. Tobago should be collectively ashamed that in 2022, we have inadequate facilities for special needs children. We are all to be blamed for the lack of proper measures to integrate special needs children in our school system. This executive has established a special committee led by the head of planning, Mr. Bobby Andrews, to complete the planning and speedy execution of plans for the development of this school at Signal Hill. Already, one architect has committed his services and those of his students for free to this project. And given that we are collectively responsible for their marginalization, I wish to appeal to all Tobagonians to contribute in whatever way you can to this project. There will also be assigned, as of September 1, 2022, designated maxis traveling from Tobago East and Tobago North to transport the special needs children to school. These maxis will be used until we acquire special built buses. Support staff will accompany these students on the maxis. Madam Presiding Officer, no longer is that mother in Palatavere required to take a transport to Scarborough to drop off her child, return home, and take another in the afternoon to collect her child. That problem will be fixed as of September 1, 2022. Madam Presiding Officer, the gains from investments in the development of human capital will be many and widespread. If, as intended, we invest from preschool to university, then as a society, as communities, as individuals, we will be able to make better decisions and increase our chances of transforming Tobago's productivity. The cost, Madam Presiding Officer, of criminal behavior will also fall dramatically, and social harmony will grow. I now turn our attention to health and social protection program. Madam Presiding Officer, the general health status and well-being of any population have implications for its socio-economic development. The COVID-19 pandemic has upended the health and well-being of the global population and has clearly demonstrated this. It has also tested the resilience and exposed the fragility of the healthcare systems in all countries. Our own healthcare system was severely stretched and stressed by the pandemic. The fragility and weaknesses in our healthcare system were laid bare before us, worsened by the inept management of our predecessors. We are committed to fixing this. This administration is committed to reorganizing and transforming the institutions, systems, and processes towards building resilience and specialized capabilities into the island's healthcare delivery. Among the development measures we propose to implement in fiscal 2023 are the upgrade of primary care delivery systems throughout the island aimed at prevention and the treatment of all diseases, particularly non-communicable diseases. Aggressive and continuous public health education and promotion. Continued development of the Infectious Diseases Center at the old hospital to enhance our ability to engage in research and treatment. Full operationalization of the Roxborough Hospital to deliver all tertiary medical care services. An integrated digital data management system for the seamless sharing of information across the entire health system. This will also feed critical data and information into the island's public health observatory. Finally, an insectary food and water testing laboratory to support the surveillance of and response to vector-borne, food and waterborne diseases. Improvement of diagnostic capabilities by installing necessary imaging and laboratory equipment and training the complement of staff to facilitate quick testing and timely return of results to clients. Madam Presiding Officer, I know someone waiting 5 years now on a laboratory test result. Early detection allows for timely intervention and treatment. A structured program for continuous training and upgrading of our medical and support staff, and development of a comprehensive waste management system featuring modern green waste disposal solutions. Soon, Madam Presiding Officer, soon, very soon, Tobagonians will be sorting, we will be sorting our waste and managing our eco-footprint. Madam Presiding Officer, it is said that there is no health without mental health. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need for a more focused and robust approach to the mental health of our people, adults and children. Madam Presiding Officer, it is in this regard, in fiscal 2023, a mental health education drive will be implemented to highlight to enlighten and empower children, teens and adults with specific and scientific facts. We will also strengthen our capacity to deliver community mental health services by expanding the human capacity infrastructure such as halfway homes, community daycare centers and community homes. The goal is to make mental health an easy and caring household conversation without stigma. Tobago has to get to the place that people challenged with mental health are not viewed as if someone did them something, or they did something themselves to deserve it, or it is obia or demonic possession. We must fully understand the facts surrounding mental health. And as it relates to inpatient services, we propose to increase the bed capacity to at least 8 male and 8 female, or by 33.33%, up from the current capacity of just 12 beds. Additionally, we are going to establish a dedicated child psychiatry ward with a capacity of 2 male and 2 female beds. In addition, we are going to upgrade and reopen the Tobago Rehabilitation and Empowerment Center, which was closed down, one of those that suffered the fate of Hurricane Gata, but became fully closed and converted to a COVID-19 facility during the height of the pandemic. Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago has 2 state-of-the-art hospital plans, and therefore the critical physical infrastructure to support establishment of a medical school. Our intention is, and by the way, that's one of the good sides of GATA. Our intention is to, in partnership with a consortium of international hospitals, explore the option of establishing a teaching and research hospital model on the island. This will ensure that Tobago can move to the cutting edge of teaching and learning in the medical and allied health sciences. Just like other elements of our investment program to upgrade education and healthcare capacity, the benefits of building a medical school in Tobago are substantial. For now, I only indicate that the investment will provide Tobago's providers with reliable, cost-effective, and sustained healthcare processes. These will enable our providers to achieve the goal of delivering international standard care and grow Tobago's reputation for enhanced patient outcomes. It is through advances like these that living standards will improve in Tobago and the nation by extension. Madam Presiding Officer, we recognize that there is a very strong link between health, wellness, and social protection. The island's social safety net was literally torn apart, mashed up, disseminated before the pressures of COVID-19. The demonstrated incompetence of the last administration did not help the situation. Hundreds of individuals and families were unable to receive much needed help, while some secretaries had hundreds of food cards and social emergency cards in their back pockets playing politics. Madam Presiding Officer, it is not surprising that the 2021 Auditor General report on the THA COVID-19 programs was damning. Madam Presiding Officer, as we move forward to making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet, we are committed to building resilience, efficiency, and effectiveness in our social protection program. Yeah. To this end, we intend to fully digitize the social protection processes to ensure greater accessibility and more timely delivery of support to our most vulnerable. We will restructure the social protection department to ensure that staff at all levels are provided with capacity building opportunities in the area of leadership, industrial relations, public service policies, performance management, report writing, and social protection department policies. We will review policies and streamline the processes of the social protection department to ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion, and more importantly, that no one is left behind. We will institute a robust community engagement program across the island where staff of the social protection department are available at health centers, community centers, and other community-based locations to facilitate greater access to the services of the department, which means that you no longer have to journey from country all the way to Glen Road to access these services.
Tell them. Performance, man.
We will review and streamline the processes of the social emergency card and food card unit to ensure greater public accountability.
That's right.
Because I know my Secretary of Health name not calling in no Auditor General report.
Performance.
Madam Presiding Officer, I want us to move to housing.
Tell them. Listen.
Appropriate and affordable housing is a basic need of every child and every family. Accordingly, my administration is committed to improving both the quality and the accessibility of affordable housing to low and middle income families, as well as to our young professionals. At present, there are over 8,000 applicants in the system awaiting public housing solutions. Many applicants need to update their files.
Sure.
A digital platform will be created to facilitate this process. Some applicants, Madam Presiding Officer, have been waiting over 15 years to hear their names called to no avail. This is not surprising, as I have been saying for some time now, that our predecessors only built 556 houses. Sorry, I give them more than they built. Let me tell me time. They only built over 21 years, 356 houses,
Shame.
which is an average of 17
Shame.
homes per year.
Shame.
The previous administration also provided lots, housing lots, service lots rather, at an average of 11 per year.
Shame.
If that isn't underperformance, I don't know what is. Given the current high price of a standard dwelling unit and the low average income of most households in Tobago, the THA is compelled to intervene.
Yes.
And we have to intervene through subsidies as the major player to address failures in the real estate market. The Secretary of Settlements and his assistant have been mandated to fix this. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm pleased to report that under his astute leadership, the long-awaited Shervan Integrated Housing Development and a new backlit housing development, which are projected to provide approximately 400 housing solutions and 122 service lots to Tobagonians, respectively, are actively being pursued. These projects have garnered significant private sector interest, with several unsolicited proposals being presented. Madam Presiding Officer, while we welcome unsolicited proposals, the request for expressions of interest for these two housing developments will be published before the end of fiscal 2022. And let me put on record, Madam Presiding Officer,
Official.
that we welcome proposals from anyone
Anybody.
for affordable, resilient, and sustainable housing solutions that deliver on value for money. Additionally, work is advancing at the Riseland Housing Development with technical and financial support from the Inter-American Development Bank. Madam Presiding Officer, it is projected that the infrastructure works will be complete by the beginning of fiscal 2023, most likely October 2022. Further developments at Adelphi, Corland Phase 2 and Adventure Phase 3 are to follow, and collectively these projects are designed to deliver 300 housing units to Tobagonians. In keeping with our stated commitment to expand villages and keep families together, we are actively exploring the use of state lands in Speyside, Kendall, Pembroke and Culloden for the purpose of housing and service lots.
Apply to. Right.
In keeping with the land use plan being developed, the Division of Settlements will be collaborating with the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development to establish new road networks and re-establish existing ones, such as the Miss Mill Straits, to make lands more available. Madam Presiding Officer, we are also undertaking a strategic review of social programs to simplify accessibility and delivery to Tobagonians. The Home Improvement Program includes several grants and subsidies geared towards providing financial relief ranging from 15,000 to 50,000. The strategic review we look deliberately at these amounts in light of the grievous socio-economic impact of COVID-19 and other related social conditions. It is important to note here that in the new fiscal year, applicants will be able to access home improvement assistance via simplified, digitized forms which are less onerous and feature secure and efficient workflow processes while providing for transparency and accountability. Going forward, the strategic framework for the sustainability of our housing program will be anchored in the following: multiple funding modalities, both public and private. Projections for future growth in demand based on the demographic trajectory of the island's population. Upgrade of the current housing stock with emphasis on attaining certain minimum standards of housing quality. The availability of state lands. Formulation of general policy guidelines. Auditing of infrastructure and utilities. Establishment of the planning and regulatory framework. Identification of the responsible agencies and green construction technologies. Madam Presiding Officer, we have begun to think through an ambitious but achievable housing program. It is our intention to provide 1,000 fully serviced housing lots in our first term. That is 250 units per year. Or a 300% increase in delivery. Wow. We intend to pursue our housing program using partnership investment instruments with investors both at home and abroad. We encourage Tobagonians at home and abroad to join us in investing in a piece of our own paradise. We anticipate that the provision of 1,000 housing lots will lead to direct injection of more than 1.5 billion into the Tobago economy. We intend to commence work on our housing strategy in the second quarter of fiscal 2023. So, Madam Presiding Officer, let me now speak to community development and empowerment. Madam Presiding Officer, the conceptual definition of communities presents a very targeted unit of measure for economic growth, development, and transformation. Therefore, the development of the island's communities into socially cohesive, organized, and productive socio-economic units is one of the most significant policy objectives of my administration. We intend to mobilize, organize, and empower our communities to actively participate in the socio-economic transformation and governance of Tobago. Already, we are training several young people across the island through the University of the West Indies in social entrepreneurship, paid for by the THA. This is a critical component of our express mandate to develop the island child by child, family by family, community by community.
Everybody.
Madam Presiding Officer, for too long, many of our CBOs, NGOs, and FBOs have been left in a state of relative dysfunctionality. We are persuaded that building effective functionality into them is essential to the realization of our policy mandate. In fiscal 2023, Madam Presiding Officer, we propose to develop the administrative framework for the rollout, and we will roll out the district fund program. And let me say here and now that even the minority leader will receive in equal part access to this fund.
If you behave yourself.
In equal parts. In equal parts, Mr. Minority Leader. We will develop an institutional framework for the establishment of community administration. We will upgrade and expand the community-based technical vocational training program. We will institutionalize the relationship with the faith-based community through the Tobago Faith-Based Council. We will conduct upgrade works on several multipurpose facilities and community centers across the island. We will continue the reconstruction of the integrated community center and pavilion facility at Charlottesville. We will embark on full refurbishment and upgrade works to the Scarborough, Plymouth, and Bethel community centers. A new policy framework for putting community facilities back in the hands of communities will be done. Communities must own and manage their facilities, not an administrator someplace in town.
That's right.
We will commence the planning and design of a community facility for Roxborough and establish 2 skills training facilities in the east and west of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, our institutional arrangements for community participation will be defined by a greater degree of direct participation in policy making, providing greater opportunities to practice democracy. The formation and establishment of institutional arrangements for community governance fall within the purview of the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. The Secretary in this division is already engaging in community-wide consultations to establish the community governance model the people want. We anticipate a full rollout of the new arrangements before the end of fiscal 2023. Together with other arrangements enable public participation in the policy-making process, Tobago will achieve several returns from their investments. Most important among these is greater participation in shaping the development policies of government by the owner of Tobago, Tobagonians themselves.
That's right, that's right.
A second gain will be better policies, in the sense of policies that are desired by the people, who will better learn the roles, responsibilities, and limitations of government officials. A third gain will be a more harmonious and satisfied population. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, let me segue into institutional development and reform. It is through state institutions that the resources of the country are utilized, and are utilized for development purposes. Therefore, the capacity and capability of our institutions have direct implications for development. Global empirical data have shown that countries with high-quality institutions experience greater socio-economic development outcomes and better public accountability. Madam Presiding Officer, over the last 21 years, we have all witnessed public denouncements of the poor quality of THA's institutional systems and procedures in successive reports of the Auditor General. A case in point, Madam Presiding Officer, in 2006, the Auditor General's report revealed that the former THA then had in its financial statement that it had $225.8 million in a bank account, but could not provide the banking details to support this. Incredible. Madam Presiding Officer, there are hundreds of other similarly scandalous findings in every Auditor General report on the THA in the last 21 years. It is my hope that the Minority Councillor, who in her previous incarnation had direct responsibilities for this matter, will shed some light during her contribution in this debate. I wish to give Tobagonians and the national community the assurance that on my watch, these financial capers are a thing of the past. We're fixing this. Madam Presiding Officer, as Secretary of Finance, I am pleased to announce that the Assembly in collaboration with the national government, has embarked on a project to advance the government public financial management reform strategy. This is aimed at strengthening the government's public financial resource management system, which has been plagued with two fundamental challenges, namely an outdated public financial management framework and poor information management. Madam Presiding Officer, this has been happening for a while, but a particular officer that had some responsibility for the execution of this matter, who now sits in this house, did little to nothing in ensuring that this was a reality in the Tobago space.
Madam Presiding Officer, I rise on standing order 45-4. Introducing improper motion.
Against whom? You? I didn't call a name. I throw the corn. And if the yard follow up, pick it up, let the yard follow pick it up. I didn't call a name.
Members.
It's new, Madam.
Please allow for the presentation to be completed.
Thank you.
Proceed.
It's new, what is new? Newness.
With financial and technical support from the Inter-American Development Bank, the government of Trinidad and Tobago was able to actively initiate the project named the Integrated Financial Management Information Systems Project, or IFMIS. As I indicated, this should have happened a long time ago. Yes. The THA was selected along with 3 ministries to be part of the pilot of the government's IFMIS project implementation strategy. The intention is to move the Assembly fully into IFMIS by the start of fiscal 2023. Madam Presiding Officer, recognizing that the progress of the project is dependent on drive and support at the highest level, the Executive Council has recently approved and appointed an IFMIS support committee to provide oversight, technical support, and project reporting. It is also envisaged that this committee will encourage user participation as well as promote an effective, persuasive, and practical change management process throughout the critical stages of the project's implementation. Further, we will continue to ensure that the appropriate resources are adequately allocated to support the project implementation process. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, my division will lead the implementation of the project and will also serve as the pilot division within the THA. To date, the division has successfully led the first phase of the end-user training and capacity building sessions. The division is expected to complete the implementation of the pilot and go live at the beginning of fiscal 2023. Policy Research and Development Institute. Madam Presiding Officer, I spoke earlier about the lack of statistical data. Here is the fix. Another critical area of our institutional strengthening project is policy research and policy development. Something shut down, closed, and mashed up by our predecessors. This is a critical first step in the socio-economic planning and development functions. Accordingly, we have to grow and develop and expand our capacities and capabilities to collect, collate, and analyze data, to produce scientifically validated information and knowledge for use in planning and decision-making at all levels of the society. We therefore propose to upgrade the Policy Research and Development Institute, or PRDI, to a semi-autonomous institution purposefully designed to do the following: collaborate with and support the Central Statistical Office and other data collection entities to upgrade the collection and the dissemination of official data and statistics. Build institutional capacity, both technical and financial, to transform the data collected into scientifically valuable information and knowledge that can facilitate project planning and decision making, and provide a good range of technical business development and services to the public. Madam Presiding Officer, the Assembly will seek technical and financial support from financial institutions such as CDB and IDB towards the development of this most important institute. It is proposed that its work should be supervised by a technical oversight committee comprising specialists in at least the following areas: statistics, big data management and analytics, project planning and appraisal, including impact assessment and economic development. Madam Presiding Officer, to effectively undertake this upgrading exercise, we propose to recruit the services of a highly qualified and expert statistician and general data analyst to anchor the technical work of the PRDI and to serve as its managing director, who will lead the process of defining, recruiting, and evaluating the technical capacity of staff to be engaged. This program is set to take place in fiscal 2023. Madam Presiding Officer, to improve the institutional efficiency of the development planning process on the island, my administration has taken calculated steps to control tongue and country planning in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, you will recall a motion that was tabled and debated in the Honorable House. Since then, meetings and discussions have been held with the Minister of Planning and Development, and agreement reached that the THA will assume full responsibility for tongue and country planning in line with the provisions of the 5th schedule of the THA Act 40 of 1996. Accordingly, accommodation has been identified and secured at the recently refurbished PRDI building. At present, the records of Town and Country Planning Department are being digitized. However, to expedite the seamless transfer of operations to the THA, I have committed to meeting the costs associated with the digitization of the Tobago records and the systems. What this means is that Tobago will, for the first time, have full control of its two fundamental functions of the Town and Country Planning Department: development planning and development control. Very importantly, the new arrangement for town and country planning will allow us to have control of our development agenda, and thus removing the related frustration and hardships that Tobagonians have endured in the past. Reform of public administration in Tobago. And at this juncture, I know all our administrators are listening intently. Madam Presiding Officer, effective and efficient public service delivery in Tobago and Trinidad has been an inconsistent reality. There are thousands of testimonies from citizens about poor, disturbing quality of public service delivery in Tobago. This raises the specter of bureaucratic politics, a huge, permanent and virtually uncontrollable organization called the THA, run by entrenched, unelected and politically appointed officials. Having had my own unpleasant experiences and a notable body of complaints since becoming Chief Secretary, Madam Presiding Officer, I have no need for further evidence or argument to convince me that we need to fix this. Madam Presiding Officer, adapting the requirements of bureaucracy to those of democracy has been a persistent challenge for public administration generally. The core issue is accountability, the capacity of the public to hold public officials accountable for their actions or inactions. Public officials' accountability is a key and permanent feature in the greatest little island that we are building.
Yes.
Towards this end, Madam Officer, my team has been in discussions with a number of international institutions and agencies with the aim of securing technical support and grant funding to effect our public administration reform agenda. Discussions were had with IADB, UNDP, CDB, and numerous private sector entities. Conversations were also had with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and a suite of other government agencies. In these dialogues, I made a very strong case for the THA to be the pilot for these projects and programs. In keeping with this, Madam Presiding Officer, we propose to launch a new initiative titled Innovate Tobago, designed to get this right. Madam Presiding Officer, Innovate Tobago is conceived as a public service initiative that promotes, encourages, and incentivizes public servants to come up with new and more efficient ways of doing their work. We are placing innovation at the heart of the public service delivery, and economic development. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, adjacent to and linking with Innovate Tobago, our aim is to transform the entire THA operations into an overarching digital ecosystem under a project titled Tobago Online. Tobago Online will have two key components, e-government and e-economy, aimed at the following: promotion of an integrated, efficient, and effective public service, development of a new and efficient way of delivering public service, fostering of efficiency growth in economic activity. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm happy to report that several commitments were made to provide technical and financial support towards our public administration reform agenda. The findings from the following audits will shape and define how we move forward with our public administration reform program. Process, system, HR and training needs, technology use, innovation, and customer service. It must be noted here that the audits will take place across all departments of the Assembly, notwithstanding the fact that the audit will define the way forward. Madam Presiding Officer, we recognize the need for immediate actions to be taken to improve public administration on the island. We also identified the need for some specific training for our senior public servants, and we have been providing such training. Relatedly, Madam Presiding Officer, we intend to build out and operationalize the previously announced Tobago Public Service Academy, which will be the premier training institution for the retooling and reskilling of our public servants on the island. I am on public record as saying that I support having the Tobago Public Service Academy, despite it was announced by my predecessor. And in the early days of coming into office, I announced that it will be one of the agenda items we will adopt and carry forward with. Because you see, Madam Presiding Officer, this administration recognizes that good governance includes continuity where things are good and abandoning things that are bad. So we continue the things that are good and we throw away the things that are bad. Madam Presiding Officer, another identified issue impacting public administration in the THA is the rapid rate at which our senior public servants are being transferred to act as deputy permanent secretaries and permanent secretaries in Trinidad. In keeping with Section 1 of the THA Act 40 of 1996, I have discussed this matter with the Prime Minister with the aim of us co-creating a solution to the problem. I propose, Madam Presiding Officer, to bring to this House and have Section 73 of Act 40 of 1996 be considered for amending by reclassifying administrators as permanent secretaries. Madam Presiding Officer, we are fixing this for our senior public servants on the island so that we will get better administration for Tobago. At the level of the executive, I have already issued mandate letters to secretaries in every division, clearly outlining the policy directives. However, this is only the first step. In fiscal 2023, we intend to establish the Policy Mandate Secretariat. The Secretariat will lead, guide and support the implementation of the policy mandate framework in the divisions, departments and special purpose companies of the THA. Madam Presiding Officer, our intention is to establish the Policy Mandate Secretariat in the office of the Deputy Chief Secretary before the end of fiscal 2023. Please allow me to turn to the development of our young people. According to the 2011 National Census, the island's youth population, that is, persons 10 to 35 years of age, were recorded at 24,800. This figure is significant as it represents 41% of the population of Tobago, which at the time was recorded as 60,874. Madam Presiding Officer, such significance must be recognized in the broader scheme of the future development of the island. Therefore, purposeful attention must be given to growing and grooming these future leaders, workers, and caretakers of Tobago. I want to say to the youths of Tobago that you should perhaps go and check out Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11. That says, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a brighter future."
Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Madam Presiding Officer, our mission is to create opportunities and an enabling youth-friendly environment that will ensure that every young person in every family and in every village self-actualizes and contributes to making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Our portfolio of projects...
Good afternoon, members. I'm cautioning you all. I know you all missed the little banter, but please allow for the Finance Secretary to complete his presentation. Thank you.
We are from the culprits on that side. When I run time.
Stop.
Madam Presiding Officer, members of the House, I know things are exciting, but let's remain calm. Drink some water. Our portfolio of projects and programs for the island's youth is purposefully designed and engineered to produce young people who are intellectually accomplished, politically conscious, culturally literate, economically empowered, socially connected, technologically savvy, and healthy, and who can coexist in diverse circumstances in livable communities. To put it simply, Madam Presiding Officer, we want every Tobagonian to be able to hold their own nationally, regionally, and internationally. The Department of Youth and Sport has completed the Tobago Youth Empowerment Strategy, or Tobago Yes, and a 4-year implementation plan designed on an ecological perspective. In keeping with our commitment to open and participatory governance, the strategy will be put out for public discussions. Apart from the divisions of the Assembly, other state agencies and key youth stakeholders are recognized as critical to the success of our youth development agenda. Our next fiscal year, we will appoint the Committee for Sustainable Youth Development, or SIT, aggressively pursue digitization of processes and procedures in support of a shared digital platform to improve efficiency in the delivery of services to youth, improve access to development opportunities for our youth, establish a youth work lab to engage the intellect of our young people and youth leaders in examining the critical challenges facing us as a people and to arrive at a workable solution, establish the Youth Information Management System as part of the e-government digitization project, which I spoke about before, to provide for the registration of youth and youth organizations and for young people to have real-time access to services. Establish the Tobago Youth Apprenticeship Program, which will deliver internship training for young people in all sectors of the island's economy. TYAP will also serve to rationalize the repositioning of both the World of Work and the YES programs. We will establish youth micro-business hubs across the island with the necessary adjacent financing and technical support that will foster entrepreneurship and innovation among young people. Develop and pilot a youth business incubator to provide a youth-friendly nurturing environment for young people to be imbued with business acumen. We will initiate the implementation of the Tobago Youth Service Program on a phased basis. Implement the environmental youth ambassadors, the youth leadership exchange will return, and the youth leaders mentorship programs. We will implement the Reconnecting Youth program, the youth mentorship program, to promote respect for the elders and other laudable action by our youth. We will construct for the first time a small housing estate dedicated to young professionals aged 40 and younger. We will further legitimize the Youth Tobago House of Assembly by creating a direct channel where every quarter questions from the Youth Assembly will be answered in this house by the adult representatives. And at least once per quarter, this house will take up a motion previously debated by the Youth Assembly and debate it as well.
Yeah. Progress.
Madam Presiding Officer, this administration has taken note of the fact that institutions like cadets, pathfinders, Boys Brigade, Scouts, Brownies and Girl Guides have been great contributors to the development of many of Tobago's great leaders. Accordingly, we have taken the decision to provide the support necessary to ensure the effective and efficient functioning of these entities going forward. In addition, we propose to establish an organization tasked with promoting a culture of volunteerism and social responsibility among our youths. Allow me to turn now to sport development and recreational infrastructure.
Yeah.
This new administration, Madam Presiding Officer, views sport as the vehicle for positive economic engagement of youth, as well as for the promotion of their physical well-being. It is an avenue through which our talented young sportsmen and sportswomen can develop professional careers that are economically viable. Our very own Dwight York, Kellyanne Batiste, Kenya Corner, Sid Gray, Rene Kwao, Akeem Stewart, Simoy Hackett, and many others have all participated and performed with excellence at the professional level globally. Therefore, it is evident that Tobago's children and young people are very capable of becoming professional sportsmen and sportswomen. With this in mind, my administration is committed to ensuring that a sports-friendly environment is created in Tobago and that the necessary technical and financial infrastructure is put in place to ensure that they realize their fullest potential. In fiscal 2023, we propose to make the needed investments in the following. Undertake a sporting facilities development and upgrade program to bring some of our critical facilities up to regional and international standards. Among the facilities targeted are Sid Gray Stadium and the tennis courts at Shaw Park. Introduce training programs for coaches and sport administrators aimed at ensuring that they are internationally certified and equipped with the knowledge and technical skills to increase Tobago's flow of world-class athletes. We will introduce a comprehensive sport development program across the entire education system from nursery to tertiary. We will finance inter-community competitions aimed at rebuilding and developing sporting activities at the level of the community. We will resuscitate, shock back to life, raise from the dead, the Lalon Gordon Sports Fund, and appoint a management committee to oversee its efficient operation. The fund will receive and process applications for financial support and provide counseling to prospective athletes. It will also identify elite athletes and monitor and support their performances at home and abroad. We will introduce arrangements for providing academic support to our young sports people, aimed at ensuring that they achieve high scores in SAT exams, thereby being able to benefit from lucrative international scholarships. We will introduce a scholarship program to boost opportunities for Tobago's young athletes and to participate in national, regional, and international sporting activities. We will work on Tobago's first fit-for-purpose motorsport facility in the new fiscal year. At this point, we have preliminary designs. Consultations with members from varying motorsport disciplines have begun and are expected to continue over the next month or so. Visits were already made to proposed sites, and we expect to begin the new fiscal year with the plan being made available for public discussion and then to the beginning of construction. We will not be able to afford the full FIA certified facility in one bite. Therefore, the project will be phased, with each phase following FIA building codes and rules. The first phase of the facility will allow for drifting, drag racing, radio control equipment, karting, and dexterity. The facility that we will build in the first phase will also allow for defensive driving training and will be made available for other activities. We welcome private sector involvement and investment, as we will employ PPP modalities to get this facility going. Tobago will engage in non-traditional sports. Cricket, football, and track and field cannot be our only areas of investment. Tobago will also receive its first beach soccer facility. At the moment, an analysis of possible locations is being undertaken. Other beach sports, such as volleyball, will be accommodated at the same facility. A few of the football fields that are below regulation size and are already lit will be considered for conversion into futsal facilities. Lights at Patience Hill and Louis Dore grounds will be installed soon. Installed soon. We will complete the enclosure of the Canaan playing field. Over the next 3 months and in advance of the new fiscal year, work will begin in Plymouth on a new pump track or a new cycling track. Definitely. And work will begin soon on refurbishing the 2 YMCA pools.
Performance, man. Performance.
Madam Presiding Officer, this administration has received many complaints and concerns about the size of the indoor sporting facility under construction at Bacalet and the location of the pavilion being constructed at Goodwood. Madam Presiding Officer, when governments do not listen to people, they make costly mistakes. And so in Goodwood at this very moment, after avoiding putting the pavilion where it should be, with its back against the seaward side, and trying to avoid driving piles, we now have to consider reorienting the entire electrical infrastructure, because one of the lighting poles will appear literally where the pavilion is being constructed. The backlit facility as it is presently constructed is at best a high school gymnasium, not fit for international purpose. And therefore, in response, we have commissioned a review of the technical details of these projects with a view to ensuring that investments will serve the long-term sporting development needs of Tobago. Action on the results of the review will take place in fiscal 2023. Madam Presiding Officer, while improving the foundations of our sporting activities, gains from these investments are projected to be considerable. They include greater community participation in sport and inter-community commercial relations, and eventually greater capacity to compete and win on the national, regional, and the world stages. The income of our professional athletes will grow accordingly. Even more important, the investments will help the Tobago children to develop physically and mentally, and to build capacity for teamwork, to acquire and practice leadership skills, to build self-confidence, and eventually to develop adequate ways to cope with the challenges of life as they mature. These outcomes will raise the standard of living, or the living standards of households and communities across Tobago and the nation.
Yes.
Allow me, Madam Presiding Officer, to turn my attention to public safety. The fundamental duty of a government is the safety and security of its citizenry.
Very true.
It is widely held that any government that cannot provide for the safety and security of its people has no right being in office. Over the last 3 decades, the different governments were severely challenged to provide the level and quality of public safety and security to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. It is a sad note that Trinidad and Tobago placed 6th in 2022 among the countries in the world with the highest murder rates per capita. Madam Presiding Officer, public safety and criminal justice continue to be the major socio-economic development challenge, one of the major socio-economic development challenges facing the country. They negatively impact on business development, foreign direct investments, visitor arrivals, and the general socialization of individuals. While Tobago is relatively and much safer than Trinidad, my administration has taken serious note of the changing face of criminal activities on the island, where firearms are now the weapon of choice in the commission of murders and robberies. In light of the foregoing, my administration has decided to intervene directly. Accordingly, I have been holding monthly meetings with all heads of national security outfits, including the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and TIMA. At these meetings, extensive discussions are held on the various coordinated strategies that should be deployed to improve public safety on the island. I gave my commitment, and I will give it now, that the THA will assist when necessary and possible towards ensuring that tools, other equipment, and the working environment needed to enhance the performance of these units are provided. In keeping with that commitment, Madam Presiding Officer, the THA has handed over 2 boats to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to be part of a marine unit in Tobago. Going forward, these engagements will be formalized into the Tobago Security Council. In addition, my administration proposes to establish the Department of Public Safety in the Office of the Chief Secretary, and to do so before the end of fiscal 2023. The core mandate of this department will be the supplemental and complementary delivery of public safety services along with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Fire Service, and other agencies of national security. Madam Presiding Officer, the DPS will also have the core function and responsibility for the protection and the security of physical assets, critical installations, and officials of the THE. The unit will comprise of the following: an assembly police, traffic wardens, litter wardens, environment police, lifeguards, reef rangers, forest rangers, and teamer. The DPS will be established in keeping with the provisions of the Supplemental Police Act, Chapter 1502. It is to be noted that the work has already begun on the appropriate governance and public accounting framework for this department. The initiative is projected to create 150 additional permanent jobs when implemented. Efforts are underway to provide public lands for a new correctional facility on the island. We will give agreed upon acreage to national security at no cost so that a proper facility can be built. Madam Presiding Officer, I visited the Tobago prisons recently. I visited on a Thursday, and by the next day, the Tobago decision was taken and executed to remove all of Tobago's inmates and to take them to Trinidad. Not a single word was said to the affected families. Most likely, that was a security decision. But given the state of the facility we have at Scarborough, we have committed to sending a team from the Division of Infrastructure to do some upgraded works so that our non-violent inmates can return to the island.
Yes.
There is a social cost to not having our prisoners rehabilitated at home. Have we counted the cost to families? Have we counted the cost of having our Tobago sons and daughters and young people indoctrinated into more serious criminality in Trinidad? I have also visited the Scarborough Fire Station, built by the fire officers themselves, and they should be justly proud. And this executive has taken a decision to take up the cost of $300,000 that is needed to complete the works there so that the station can be used again. This contribution will be forthcoming within a few weeks. I visited Camp Signal Hill, and it is clear, abundantly clear, that national security does not care about Tobago security.
Sure.
I have given a commitment to that team that infrastructure will assist in completing the dorms at Signal Hill so that our sons and daughters won't have to sleep in squalor. It is heartbreaking, the conditions under which they work so dutifully. I had a recent meeting. In fact, a week ago, I met with the Chief of Defense Force, who is trying his very best notwithstanding the constraints. And although national security isn't a fifth schedule item, Tobago security is very much our business.
That's right.
The Coast Guard operational base alongside the fishing depot in Scarborough, I have visited them as well, is in need of a new toilet facility and facilities to house women officers. A design and scope is being completed by infrastructure, and I shall let you know that former chairman of the THL, Lennox Noon, supervised the construction and opening of that operational base. And therefore, I see it as my duty to supervise the repairs that are needed and the additions that are necessary. It should be noted that this executive is not the first one to give this kind of assistance to the national security apparatus. I will make the point again, therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, that we cannot want more autonomy and not want more responsibility.
Only pay them doesn't want that.
A commitment has been given to the cadets to have the legal paperwork done to ensure that they have legitimate use of the lands they were previously gifted at Signal Hill. The government quarters, which they now occupy in Shaw Park, will be given some minimal upgrades, and we will assist in getting uniforms for their charges. The police station in Scarborough will get assistance in repairing their male and female dorms. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, we are doing more than our part with assisting with public safety and security. Permit me to now speak about physical infrastructure development. Madam Presiding Officer, my administration is cognizant of the fact that the state and nature of the island's infrastructure have significant implications for economic performance, quality of life, public safety, and the overall functioning of our socio-economic system. In fact, there is a preponderance of the evidence that suggests that investment in physical infrastructure crowds in rather than crowds out private investment. Given the current state of our development and where we intend to take Tobago, our physical infrastructure development needs are enormous. We therefore must deploy skillful resource mobilization and astute financial management strategies to satisfy our infrastructural needs. In fiscal 2023, we propose to expand the road network in the island by developing new link roads, thereby opening up new lands for development activity. Roads identified as critical priorities under this program include a road from Mount St. George to Mason Hall and then on to Castara, one from Union to Orange Hill Road, one from Calder Hall Trace to Cradley, and one from Hoogley Bush Road to King Peter's Bay Road. We also propose to devise a system to better prioritize roads for critical maintenance and upgrade throughout the island. In addition, we will develop a comprehensive drainage improvement and flood mitigation program for Southwest Tobago to reduce the incidence of flooding in areas such as Canaan, Bonaccord, Canby, and Lowlands. We will also develop a robust cleaning and maintenance regime to ensure that existing drainage systems are clear to minimize flooding, particularly in flood-prone areas. In addition, we propose to conduct a full audit of Tobago's public infrastructure, including the cultural complex that is leaking at this time, aimed at assessing current infrastructure needs, assessing the feasibility of our infrastructure development programs, and preparing a plan for expansion and green upgrade of public infrastructure, prioritized for consistency with Tobago's forthcoming development strategy. Further, in keeping with our strategic intent for balanced development in Tobago, we propose to construct a marina at Kings Bay. East getting some development too. Yeah. Thus far, we have published a request for proposal for this project. We will continue working on the proposed Scarborough development project. To this end, a technical committee has been established to research and investigate the technical specifications and cost of this project and report to the Executive Council. In fiscal 2023, the funds spent on infrastructure development will directly create new jobs for a skilled workforce in the construction sector. They will also boost productivity and general economic performance in every other sector of the economy and set improved foundations for job creation and rapid economic growth and transformation. Madam Presiding Officer, I now present the draft estimates of expenditure for fiscal 2023. Remember, Madam Presiding Officer, we are expecting 6.9%.
Yes, we are. Yes. Minimum. 6.9.
The law already says we can get 6.9%. So since you're lovely and careful, we give you 6.9%.
Yes.
Madam Presiding Officer, the total draft estimates of expenditure of Assembly Fiscal 2023 amounts to 3.97 billion, of which recurrent expenditure amounts to 3.07 billion and development expenditure to 900 million, URP to 59.59 million and CPEP to 53.17 million.
Yes.
The total estimated expenditure of the Assembly was predicated on a forecasted national budget of around 57.4 billion. So we're expecting the national budget to be about 57.4 billion.
Yes.
An increase of 1.9 billion in fiscal 2023 and an allocation of 6.9% thereof to the Assembly in keeping with the upper end of the DRC recommendation. Allow me to highlight just some of the recurrent expenditure estimates. This is recurrent expenditure that makes up the 3.07 billion as disaggregated. Personal expenditure, 830.45 million. Goods and services, 975.37 million. Minor equipment purchases, 80.10 million. Current transfers and subsidies, 1.18 billion. And now, Madam Presiding Officer, the recurrent expenditure for fiscal 2023 represents an increase of 992 million over the parliamentary allocation of fiscal 2022. The recurrent estimates disaggregated by divisions for fiscal 2023 are as follows: Assembly Legislature, 30.30 million. Office of the Chief Secretary, 216.42 million. Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary, 69.15 million. Finance, Trade and Economy, 184.25 million. Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation, 255.85 million. Education, Research and Technology, 485.06 million. Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, 161.34 million. Infrastructure, Quarries and Environment, 455.36 million. Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and the Sustainable Development, 250.98 million. Health, Wellness and Social Protection, 918.40 million. And Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development, 40.43 million. 40.43 million. And those are recurrent expenditure proposals. Some key program recurrent expenditure proposals, we still recurrent expenditure. TRHA, 600 million. Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, 75 million. Tobago Festival Commission, 50 million. School Feeding Program, 43 million. Project Financing Repayment, 31.2 million. Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, or TATCO, 23 million. Development of Green Spaces, 20 million. Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation, 18.7 million. Tobago Performing Arts Company, 15 million. Information Technology Center, 12.9 million. And Assistance to Sports Organizations, 5.8 million. Those are just some of the highlights. Madam Presiding Officer, I will now present the development program estimates. Madam Presiding Officer, the estimates for the development program for fiscal 2023 amounts to 900 million. This represents an increase of 636 million over the parliamentary allocation for fiscal 2022. The estimates are disaggregated as follows. Pre-investment, 3.40 million. Economic infrastructure, 360.27 million. Social infrastructure, 400.63 million. And multi-sectorial and other services, 135.7 million. Madam Presiding Officer, to activate our agenda for economic growth and transformation, the development program estimates will deliver support for the following, among others: EID cut 15 million, Venture Capital Equity Fund Limited 9 million, Business Incubator Program 8.2 million, Enterprise Development Loan Program 5.2 million, Enterprise Assistance Grant Program 5 million. Madam Presiding Officer, as we seek to revitalize and reposition our tourism sector, the development estimates cater for the following, among others: construction of Tobago cruise ship berths 10 million, Tobago beach facility overhaul and or redesign 6.0 million, Tobago Tourism Agency Limited 5 million, Pigeon Point infrastructure works 5 million, restoration of historical sites 3 million. Madam Presiding Officer, as we seek to develop our food security and sovereignty systems, the development program estimates provide for the following, among others: agriculture access roads 37 million, improvement to beach and landing facilities 9 million, improvement to the botanical gardens 2.3 million, agribusiness and agro-tourism development program 2 million. As we embark on the transformation and modernization of our education system, our development program estimates will make provision for the upgrades of several educational institutions, including, but not limited to, improvements in primary schools 8.5 million, improvements to secondary schools 8 million, upgrade to Mason Hall Government Secondary, particularly roofing system 5 million, construction of school for the deaf 5 million, establishment of early childhood centers 4.5 million, upgrade of technical vocational facility at Roxborough 4 million, Scarborough Secondary Pre-Construction Consultation 2 million. Madam Presiding Officer, as we speak to advance housing opportunities and improve our housing stock on the island, our development program estimates provide for the following, but not limited to: development of Adventure Phase 2, 21 million, affordable housing project 12 million, home improvement grant subsidy 10 million, home development initiative program 10 million, Shervan integrated housing development 9 million, village expansion program 2.3 million. Presiding Officer, we continue to upgrade and expand our road infrastructure and protect our coastline from the harmful effects of coastal erosion. Accordingly, our development program estimates provide for, but not limited to, major improvement works on Scarborough roads 28 million, improvement of Milford Road bridges 18 million, Scarborough enhancement project 14 million, Turpin Bend solution Charlottesville 10 million, Windward Road special development program 10 million, road resurfacing program 8 million, rehabilitation to Clonwell Highway 8 million, and coastal protection program 8 million. Madam Presiding Officer, the development program estimates are associated with the critical and strategic areas identified as necessary to kickstart the island's longer-term sustainable development agenda. My administration has commissioned a team led by Dr. Vanush James to prepare a long-term development plan for Tobago. In early July, the team will start a series of consultations with stakeholders across the island as we seek to chart the way forward. The CEDP, or Comprehensive Economic Development Plan 2.0, has long expired, and there is an urgent need for a new medium to long-term strategic plan for this greatest little island. Other expenditure estimates. Madam Presiding Officer, in fiscal 2023, we intend to spend 59.59 million and 43.37 million on 4 URP and CPEP respectively. These figures are programmed to meet the announced increases in salaries for workers in these programs. Madam Presiding Officer, our decision to institute the wage increases was based on the fact that these workers are among the lowest paid and their standard of living has been severely compromised by the astronomical increases in food prices. Additionally, this administration intends to implement a basic living wage policy in Tobago, and this can be construed as a first step in this direction. I now present the financing options. Revenues. Madam Presiding Officer, for fiscal 2023, the estimates for tax and non-tax revenues are as follows. Tax on income and profits, 138.05 million. Taxes on property, 5 million. Taxes on goods and services, 67.52 million. Taxes on international trade, 2.50 million. Other taxes, 4.10 million. Total tax revenue, 217.17 million. Property income tax, 0.02 million. Other non-tax revenue, 2.05 million. Total non-tax revenue, 2.07 million. And total revenue from taxes, 219.24 million. Madam Presiding Officer, the total revenue projected to be collected in Tobago for fiscal 2023 is 219.24 million. The revenue projection presented above is a tax and non-tax revenue likely to be collected from the economic activities conducted in Tobago and the utilization of resources in and around the island. We are well aware, Madam Presiding Officer, of the long-standing anomaly in the current economic accounting and recording practices which do not apportion to Tobago its share of aggregate revenues collected. Currently, taxes, fees, duties and levies of companies with branches operating in Tobago pay their taxes on their Tobago operation in Trinidad. This is a direct contravention of Section 49(2) of the THA Act 40 of 1996, which stipulates that those institutions with subsidiaries operating in Tobago must pay their taxes attributed thereto in Tobago. Another source of leakage of Tobago's revenue related to taxes and import duties paid by residents of Tobago for goods landed in Trinidad due to the underdeveloped state of the island's international trading infrastructure. These are problems recognized by our predecessors but never resolved. We are going to fix this. Madam Presiding Officer, the Assembly has continued its engagement with various multilateral agencies. Quite recently, we received a visit from a technical team from the CDB. Among the matters explored with them were the construction of an innovative facility to replace the Scarborough Secondary School and development of coastal erosion protection. Conservatively, it will require about 1.2 billion to address problems of coastal erosion and another 500 million for the construction and outfitting of a smart facility to replace the Scarborough Secondary School, as well as for technological upgrades to several other schools on the island. In addition, this administration held discussions with the Inter-American Development Bank for a repurposing of the Scarborough Renewal Program at an estimated cost of 35 million and for funding of the Riseland Housing Development at a cost of 8 million. Another possible source of financing of the 2023 estimates will take the form of foreign direct investments on the island and funds mobilized through engagements of persons in the diaspora. Attracting FDIs in the capital producing sectors will be a key priority of this administration. But let me be pellucidly clear in the event that I wasn't before. We are very open to foreign direct investment. But please come straight to Tobago.
That's right.
Not go to nobody, don't go around so, and don't go to another agency to come to us. We are capable of managing our own affairs as per Act 40 of 1996. Madam Presiding Officer, we are actively pursuing the PPP modalities of financing to execute some of our housing development projects, as well as other major public infrastructure works. Let today's budget presentation serve as a public notice that we are calling investors far and wide to come and do business with the THA for Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, the last Executive Council raised 164.2 million via bond financing to support expenditure in the development program, most of which was used, unfortunately, to electioneering to no avail. Although there is an option to raise an additional 135.8 million, given the current level of inherited liabilities, this Assembly, this administration has chosen to exercise some fiscal restraint and not incur additional debt at this time. I now wish to bring the curtain down on this presentation. Yes. And I need you to listen as I conclude. This, Madam Presiding Officer, is my maiden budget speech. I have attempted with the utmost frankness to bring to the attention of this House, Tobagonians, and by extension the national community, the fundamental problems and challenges confronting us in our attempts to make Tobago smarter, greener, and more autonomous. The policies we propose to pursue in fiscal 2023 are informed by the socio-economic realities that are confronting us, and which require this new administration to steer clear of the deceptively easy path taken by the last administration, and to select options that will ensure that we move towards becoming the greatest little island on the planet. Madam Presiding Officer, the mission requires commitment of a high order by the Tobago government, the central government, and the people. It necessitates a critical fusion of the social and economic measures with the individual efforts of the entire population. There must be real total buy-in at all levels of the society in respect of the fundamental need to perform and to raise output through hard work, discipline, innovation, and a resolve to eliminate corruption and waste of every single kind from the public service operations of the THA. If, as Tobagonians, we are prepared to take on these challenges, I can think of no task which would be beyond our united capabilities, Madam Presiding Officer. Only we can fix Tobago.
That's right.
And as I close, I want to share with you my discovery in a text written by Tobagonian scholar Susan Craig James. In her research on the formation of society 1763 to 1838, under the subsection on the resistance of enslavement, she quotes, and I want to listen to this story carefully, Tobagonians. She quotes the eyewitness, not hearsay. She quotes from the journal of an eyewitness in the person of Ninian Jeffers, a British seaman, in explaining the indomitable spirit of the Tobagonian. She reports that the majority of the enslaved in Tobago were marked with whips all over their bodies, which signal that the people of Tobago since then refused to remain conquered. She told the anecdotes of several rebellions all over the island. But the one most apt to close this presentation today is that of a rebellion in Bessie Hope. The estate was torched and the rebels fled to the hills of Charleville. However, 8 were caught and brought back for punishment. The eyewitness account, not hearsay, but the eyewitness account was that none of the 8 whimpered, or murmured. There was no fear of the oppressors. One of the 8, a man called Trouble, who reportedly rolled up his sleeves and placed his hands on the table in front of them to be cut off. And after it was cut off, he refused to allow them to drag him to the gallows. Instead, he chose to get up and walk himself to the gallows. Then there was another of the 8 called Samson. Samson hung for an unbelievable 7 days before dying. Imagine being hung and refusing to die for 7 days straight. Why am I sharing these gruesome stories from a time so far gone? I am telling you, I'm telling this nation, and I'm reminding Tobagonians of the Tobago spirit. On December 6th, that spirit, once thought dead, was awakened among our population. It is the spirit that never yields to disadvantage. It is one where we rather die on our feet than on our knees. It is one where no amount of blows can beat out our dream for freedom. It is one where we are proud Tobagonians even unto death. It is in our DNA to desire to be autonomous. That is who we are. Today, we are thankfully not enslaved in chains, and we are not being dismembered limb by limb. But we do endure no lesser evil in our political disenfranchisement, one that every Tobago political representative since James begat, at least the genuine ones, has fought for. Let this, my first budget statement, remind the nation that Tobago will not stop agitating for the correction of an inherited colonial misarrangement. The Tobago spirit does not and will not give up easily. We do not waver from that which is right. I am not Trouble, I am not Samson, and I am not from Betsy's Hope. I am Farley from Speyside. But so long as God and the people of Tobago desire that I lead them, I will do so without fear, and I will do all in my power to direct this executive, this THA, and the people of Tobago towards the fulfillment of the Tobago dream, towards a smarter, greener, more autonomous Tobago. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, with that I ask that these fiscal measures as presented for fiscal 2022 be debated and accepted. Thank you. I beg to move.
Won't embarrass yourself. Won't embarrass yourself.
Members, the question is proposed. Be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenues and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceedings.
The motion was not moved. The motion was not moved. I respect the presiding officer.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, at this time I beg to move that this House stands adjourned to Tuesday, 28 June at 10 a.m.
Members, the question is that this House be adjourned to June 28, 2022 at 10 a.m. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to June 28, 2022 at 10 a.m. Pleasant good afternoon.
Talk now.
All right, so thank you for staying with us. You're viewing Tobago Updates. We just saw the presentation of the budget estimates for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance, Farley Chavez-Augustin, presented a statement that will ask for $3.97 billion, all right, and $3.07 billion of that for recurrent expenditure, $900 million for development. We saw an ask for URP of $59.7 million, and for CPEP, $53.1 million. All right, well, of course, going to hear from you later on, but we want to go to Candace Jackson. Candace is at the Assembly Legislature right now. Candace? Okay, Candace, I'm not hearing you just yet, so let's get the audio up and about. Candace is, all right, Candace is at the Assembly Legislature. More than likely, she will be bringing to us some interviews with those who are there, and of course, you know, her take on what we've heard so far. Again, $3.97 billion. We saw an increase of $992 million with respect to the recurrent expenditure, which the ask right now is $3.07 billion, $900 million for development, $59.7 million for URP, and $53.1 million for CPEP. Now, after the presentation, they're going to come back to the House on Tuesday to start the debate. Candace, can you hear me now?
Hi, good afternoon, Glendora, and of course, good afternoon to the rest of Tobago and those viewing from anywhere in the world. Well, of course, we just finished hearing the budget presentation today with the theme, of course, towards a smarter, greener, more autonomous Tobago, and you know, it was a lot longer than we anticipated originally. Mr. Augustin told us that, you know, the project presentation might be for about 2 hours. However, it went on for almost about 3 hours and 45 minutes, so a bit longer, I should say. So, I mean, the feeling of here, well, everybody, it was very impactful. There was a lot of announcements about policies. Now, the Chief Secretary spoke to a lot of those policies, or hinted at those policies in previous statements towards the media, but we see today he announced a slew of policies for various sectors in Tobago that is going to drive the development on the island. Now we are just about getting ready here at the chamber, so we're going to get some comments from people. The first one that we're going to be getting is from Demi John Cruikshank, one of the members of the Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, as well as we're going to be hearing from the Minority Leader, going to get his response to the budget presentation, as well as a little bit from Chief Secretary Farley Augustin. So we're going to perhaps get a bit of clarification on some of the things that he announced today. Of course, it was a very, very long presentation. There's a lot of things to impact, but don't worry, we at Tobago Updates will continue the unpacking of this inaugural budget presentation from Chief Secretary Farley Augustin.
All right, definitely a very long one, I suppose, for the first budget for this Chief Secretary, trying to put a lot of things out there. Anything in particular stood out to you, yes, Candace? Were you excited about any of these initiatives as announced?
Well, I mean, what stood out to me was those policies towards environment and making sure that we are concerned about the effects of climate change, and that, you know, future developments, future infrastructural developments are with a green state of mind, I should say, you know. We're more focused on green policies because, of course, we always have to be careful. And I mean, one of the things that he announced was doing a study to ensure that, you know, to know how much, I mean, greenhouse gas emissions that we are producing here on the island, and use that as a marketing tool. You know, for a long time we had the slogan clean, green, safe and serene, but we never fully realized the potential of that brand on Tobago Tobago, and it's still there. When you talk to everybody, clean, green, safe, and serene is something that everybody remembers and everybody thinks about. So it's just, that was the interesting, and of course, all the announcements for policies in terms of town and country. I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot that, you know, that was presented today.
I heard when he said the mangrove forest as means for climate change. That's an interesting one. Of course, to me, the questions usually how, you know, and the costing attached to that. So I guess we're going to have to look through the line-by-line items a little later. He did also talk about education. Yeah, and the bringing out of the hiring teachers, etc.
And then there was the agriculture the agriculture research, TARI, I think it was, Tobago Agriculture Research Institute, and that's supposed to be instituted where Kendall Farm School is. So that's going to be transformed into an institute where some research and, you know, developing our community agriculture sectors and so on is going to be focused. So yeah, he had quite a lot to say towards the development. What I'm looking forward to is the fruition of all of these policy documents or these policy plans, the development of these plans. I'm looking forward to see how those plans are developed and how they would guide the future of Tobago's development.
Yeah, well, you're asking something an earlier panelist asked when we did the pre-budget. I think we had Marilyn Davis asking about, you know, what informs all of this, and this is what you're asking now, to see the bigger picture. I suppose we're all looking forward to seeing the bigger picture. All right, so thank you very much, Candice. We're going to come back to you at some point, but thank you very much that you had to endure 3 hours and, what, 45 minutes out there. All right,
it's all part of the job. It's all part of the job.
Thank you so much, Candice. We appreciate that. All right, so correspondent, Tobago Updates correspondent, Candice Jackson at the Assembly Legislature. Now back in studio here with me, I have the return of a panel, one member from this morning. We have the Executive Coordinator of the Minority Council, Marilyn David, and we have joining us Dr. Shane Mohammed, political scientist and economist. So welcome to Dr. Mohammed, and welcome back, Marilyn.
Hi.
Long presentation. I know Dr. Mohammed has about 25,000 pages of notes that he wrote down here. Listen, we just had to stay here. You know, the boss at Tobago Update say we can't go anywhere. We had to stay and listen to the budget, and it was indeed a very interesting presentation. So I'm going to go to the gentlemen, one each, as we start off this short discussion. What stood out to you? Give me one line, and then we get into the discussion. So, Dr. Mohammed?
Education, tourism.
All right. Marilyn?
Unrealistic.
Okay, so education, tourism. Why? I think if we are looking, remember I am going to be saying this ad nauseum, that Tobago has to make money. Tobago has to become financially independent, and I am not. I understand that this is the first budget of this administration, but Tobago needs to make money, and I would love to see the establishment of the medical school. I know there's Ross University in St. Kitts and Nevis, and Ross University, which is a medical school in Barbados, and then there's the American Medical University in Anguilla and in Antigua. Now, I see that if that comes to Tobago, if it comes to Tobago, and either Ross or American or both sets up on the island, then I think that's a step towards making some money, but it's not going to make us all the money, right? That's one that I thought stood out. I like the fact that I heard about the education system, the fact that they were putting new, effective September 1st, there's going to be the hiring of all of the therapists, psychologists, and that to deal with the mental health issues. I love the fact that they're going to do a rollout of transportation for special needs children. there's going to be an aggressive search for TVA teachers that actually meet the criteria that they are looking for. And that there's a new school for special students, a reassessment of the school feeding program, so that you're doing a diet that is actually a much more healthier diet with regard to preventing NCDs. I don't see, I mean, I understand, I understand Marilyn's, I understand where he's going with regard to being unrealistic. But I also will say to that, to balance him off, it's their first budget. There was a lot to be said. I think the Chief Secretary, as Secretary of Finance, tried his best to capture all the different sectors on the island. I think the idea of Tobago's airport being a 24-hour airport is a good idea. My question is, and the THA is prepared to foot the bill of $16,800 a day in order to maintain the airport being open. My question and my concern is, who landed in the airport? Who come in? Who landed after midnight? Who landed except for maybe the late flight from Trinidad?
There's initiatives.
We had to make money.
Which is the maximum.
Yes. How do you gentlemen feel about that statement in light of what Dr. Mohammed, you are thinking about in terms of what?
Has he met Coleman Burt?
Exactly.
He always says it's like it
was the president set on that particular request?
I mean,
when has Tobago ever gotten the maximum?
And Coleman Burt he's vicious in terms of when it comes to management of money.
He's a savvy gentleman.
He is vicious.
Vicious is such an interesting word.
Vicious. Let me replace vicious with pragmatist.
Our Minister of Finance is quite a savvy one. He's quite conservative, and he's
El Cheapo.
He's quite conservative.
Right.
But
has he met, it makes me wonder, have you met Coleman Burt?
So are you feeling what Marilyn is saying in terms of unrealistic in that respect?
My question, my big question is, my ultimate question to the entire budget is one word, and it's not education, tourism, it is how.
The how.
The how factor.
Yeah. So I guess some of these things may come out, in the debate. We're definitely going to look forward to the debate next Tuesday and Wednesday, 28 and 29 in the House. Interestingly enough, the Chief Secretary presented, and as opposed to, I suppose, going to where you guys expected or hoped for, with respect to increasing development, what we saw is an increased request for recurrent expenditure, some $992 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
How do you feel about that, given that I suppose both of you are looking for revenue generating?
There are different aspects I would look at it from. Firstly, from the political side of it. This was something that was fiercely spoken to by both the now Chief Secretary and his political leader, Watson Duke, where they are on record saying the THA has too much staff. It's overloaded. And the PNM administration was fiercely criticized for this very thing. But here it is that we're seeing now an increase of $992 million for the sake of hiring persons. Now, this is directly in the wake of a spate of terminations and dismissals, non-renewal of contracts, and so on. So in one breath, you're saying that we need to get rid of these people from within the THA to lighten the THA. And in the same breath, you're saying that we need to hire more persons in the THA.
Marilyn,
where's the balance?
Would you say that in some cases, objectively looking at the THA, I have said this publicly before, the THA is too heavy, human capacity-wise.
I'm not disputing
so what I'm asking you, would you say that perhaps there can be some difference in terms of, now I don't know the nature of all of the people who got terminated or contracts were not renewed and so on, but from what we heard from the Finance Secretary in terms of hiring for education, pupil support, community mental health, people, that kind of thing, therapists, etc.
Operationalizing.
Making the Roxborough Hospital fully operational.
Mind you, which was said on Mandate Monday that it was.
Okay,
let's
so that's an interesting one.
Let's continue.
Right? But in terms of the difference in the nature of the potential hires, do you see any merit at all in that?
No, I'm not saying that the areas that the hires have been identified in, that they're wrong, you know. I am all for special needs. We need to up those things. But with respect to terminations, that's a process that must be undergone, where you assess a particular area, you look at the functions, you have to go through the process of assessing, doing the feasibility and so on. Not wake up one day and terminate 500 people. That's not how that is done, unless, like Barbados, you are told by the IMF, get rid of 3,000 people next week, which is not the case. So what I'm saying is that if we are doing something, there must be a common thread that is going to create a build towards something else. Well, what I've been seeing and what we've been seeing is a lot of ad hoc decisions being made in vacuums, decisions being made in silos. There's nothing that connects the decisions together that you can see an overall development outcome at the end of this line. And that was the point I was making this morning. What is the plan? What are the pillars that drives the budget? What is the connecting factors?
The Tobago division, and he will start speaking now. We're expecting to see several stakeholders. All right, so we're just sorting out that audio for you, but that's the Assembly Legislature. If you look at the background, there will be some stakeholders who will be speaking at the press briefing, and so members of the media are there to capture that. We're expecting to hear from former president of the Tobago chapter or Tobago division of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce, Demi John Crookshaw, no stranger to many of us here in Tobago. Very, very interesting presentation by the Finance Secretary and Chief Secretary Fali Chavez Agustin on his first presentation of the statement of estimates of expenditure for the Tobago House of Assembly fiscal 2022 to 2023.
Hey, good afternoon. The media, I'll take questions on what you all want to ask.
Just tell us, what is the immediate response from the Chamber with respect to the budget?
We are pleased that the Assembly would have come up with a package for the next fiscal year for $3.97 billion. We met with the Chief Secretary and his team and the bankers also and the insurance, and most of the stuff that we would have proposed, we saw the Chief Secretary mention it. One, we are very pleased that the Assembly is now going to find $60 million to put in an SME fund to help the private sector and assist the businesses, people who actually have been in problems since the COVID time. That money will come in and assist the business community. So that is something that we look forward to in a very short space of time, and that should not take until the end of fiscal year. Talking with the Chief Secretary, we are hoping within a month or so that should be on card with it.
All right. We also heard from the Chief Secretary that we're going to have some things cleared up with the land mitigation issue, and they're changing that land use policy towards something that's more driven with, zonal areas and that sort of thing. So I just want to get your views on it, since it's something
we
that
are very, very happy. That was one of the main topics that all in the room raised. The land license arrangement, private public partner investment, because obviously the Hotel Association plus the Chamber, we have a lot of people interested in investing on the island, and there are a serious concern by the investors of that land license. So now hearing that the Chief Secretary is going to take on that full speed ahead, it augurs well for us on the island.
Anything jumped out at you, the concern in the budget that you were very much pleased with, or anything that you're thinking that should have been mentioned that was not mentioned?
Well, we were pleased in terms of when he spoke about the road network, opening up the lands and opening up the island in terms of the road infrastructure. Because one of the main things we spoke when the contractors met with the Chief Secretary is we were concerned about getting accessibility to lands, and we see that Works Division has been mandated to doing that. So that is also something we are happy about. We are happy about the size of the budget in terms of the tourism agency getting for promotion and marketing, because that also the Hotel Association raised as one of the main issues of having proper advertisement, proper communication for the island. Another item we looked at was we were pleased by the Chief Secretary mentioning today that he met with the Airport Authority and will open back the airport to 1:30 or 2 a.m. in the morning to accommodate the additional flights in the night. That is a bugbearer. We are having a lot of complaints from the business community, from the hoteliers, from the guest house people, that they just can't get flights for their visitors and for their guests on the island. So that is one of the main things that we in the chamber are looking for from the assembly.
Compared to previous budgets, how does this one fare to them?
Well, when we look at the other budgets, obviously this one would have, we look at the size of the budget. It's very ambitious. The Chief Secretary is touting and pegging the budget on 6.9% of the national budget. We all in Tobago as Tobagonians hope that the Minister of Finance will give him 6.9% of the national budget. But again, it's a lot of negotiation the Chief Secretary will have to do, and whatever the private sector can do, we will lobby from our end to hope that the Assembly gets the 6.9% or the $3.97 billion that the Assembly is looking at. But we also want that the Assembly is to be held accountable for the funds. Proper accountability has been one of the things that the Chamber has always been mandating the Assembly to do. Account for public funds that you all receive. So that is something that we're going to look on as a watchdog.
Hi again. All right, so in the aspect of the national security, I know that the THA is in collaboration or having speakings with, the heads of the national security. Do you think that in that collaboration that is going to boost tourism? Because we know it's because of crime, there's a low turnout where tourists are concerned. So do you think that is going to boost the tourism, that collaboration?
Well, that is something that was spearheaded by the Chamber some years ago. It was a recommendation from the Chamber. And we normally would have had, when Mr. Manning was in office, we had a committee with everybody around the table. We used to have that meeting at Blue Haven Hotel. All the hoteliers, the security apparatus, everybody. So then we had a booming tourism at that time. So it's something that this Chief Secretary decided that he's going to take on and repeat. Because when we had the state of robberies recently on the island, a lot of guest home owners indicated that their visitors cancelled because they were concerned about crime on the island. So it is in all our interest to make sure and have Tobago as a crime-free destination instead of having a problem with crime and gang activities on the island.
One of the measures was a trade unit to assist businesses, linkages abroad and so forth. Of course, the Chamber will benefit from that. Or you see that measure?
Well, we realize that unit will come out of the Deputy Chief Secretary's office. And again, we are calling on the Deputy Chief Secretary to partner with the Chamber and with the entire private sector on the island to make us part of that team. Don't do like the predecessors in terms of the Assembly and try to do it on your own. It will not work. Make sure you assist and invite the private sector on all meetings, and all of those have representatives from the private sector, because we have a lot of experience, we have a lot of connections, we have a lot of things we can assist the assembly with, and we are always willing to share and assist the assembly in all their ventures. Well, again, it's for us to work together with the new administration. We complained bitterly in the past that the former assemblies would have obviously worked on their own. So we are hoping that this new assembly can work together with the entire private sector, not just the chamber, with the entire private sector to deal with a lot of the issues on the island. For example, construction has been dead for the last 6 months. And that is something that in the contractors meeting we indicated to the Chief Secretary that we need construction to start immediately back on the island. There are too much people who are not employed by the assembly who is home. So we want to get those persons back out and don't have them idling, because what can happen is when people have spare time on their hand, they end up doing foolishness. So we want to have the construction sector back up and running. We want to have people going back out to work. We want to have the school repair program start up as soon as possible. We want to have tomorrow I'm pleased to hear that they are going to give out grants in the home repair program, so the contractors, small builders, hardware owners, everybody can benefit. So we're hoping that that these things can happen and happen within a very short space of time.
Just piggybacking on a previous question with regards to safety on the island, noting the Chief Secretary mentioned he's going a step further, now having the Department of Public Safety being established. What role or what impact do you think that department can now have on the TH as well as the private sector trying to really alleviate and address security issues on the island?
As long as you have a safe island, you will have a booming economy. It goes hand in hand. You will have investment. Tobago is totally different from Trinidad. We do not have the social problems that Trinidad have, and we hope and pray to God that it never happens on the island that what is happening in Trinidad. So we look forward to having that committee set up, and we are hoping that the Tobago House of Assembly can engage the entire private sector to be part of that, because we will assist the THA.
The 850 rooms coming out of the two major investments within the next 3 years. There have been promises in the times past about increasing the room stock on the island. How, as you mentioned, you described the budget as an ambitious one. What are your views on that plan as well?
Well, when I heard that, it was very, very welcoming. In terms of the number of people, I think it's 1,000 and something people going to be employed in the first phase. 450 are going to be employed permanently. It is something that we look forward to. In terms of, one, you will have construction. Two, you will have hotel rooms that we can now attract the airlines and the airlift that we've been begging for the longest while. And we can now have sustainable employment in the private sector outside of the THA for the Tobagonian public.
There was a concerted plan that he mentioned in terms of going after the diaspora and getting Tobagonians to come back and invest. I mean, the chamber would have all the, as you said, the expertise and knowing different people and who to talk to. But what are the areas you believe that investment would be best suited for the diaspora to move into?
One, obviously, the hotel, the tourism sector. That is one area that we would like the diaspora obviously to come back and do some sort of investment into. We're also going to look at the marinas. That is also something, because we are south. If you look at where Trinidad and Tobago is located, we are one of the most southern islands in the Caribbean, and we are literally outside of the hurricane belt. So putting in marinas here, look at what is happening in Grenada. They are bursting at their seams. So we welcome the initiative to get the diaspora coming back and investing in the island. And again, we have been all over the place. The chamber went to Chicos. We went to a number of areas with the former assembly. And again, we will support the assembly in those ventures. And some of the trade shows, obviously, we will want to be part of it because the private sector, the bankers, will more trust the word of the private sector, and they will more integrate with the private sector than they will more do so with the public service.
All right, so far from you, we've heard a lot of positives about the budget, and I was just wondering, is there anything that you have a negative view on? Is there anything that that didn't sit well with you during the budget presentation?
The 1% of production from the agriculture sector. It was very, very disturbing. In terms of the agriculture sector, only contributed 1% of the GDP of Tobago. That is not all going well. We need to push agriculture. I don't know how we're going to do it, if there's a plan for it, but the agriculture sector, it was heart-rending to hear from the Chief Secretary that only contributed literally 1% of the Tobago GDP. So again, the Chamber is always willing to work with the government, work with the island government, and as all assemblies in the past, we are there. We will work with the assembly, but we will also have the assembly on the P's and the Q's, and will remind them of the promises that they made today to the people of Tobago. So that is one thing I know Ms. Haddad and Mr. Wong and members of the Chamber will hold the assembly to their word.
So thank you for staying with us. You're viewing Tobago Updates, and we're bringing to you, well, now a post-budget estimates discussion. You just heard from former chairman of the Tobago division of the Chamber, Demi-John Cruikshank, with respect to his views on the budget. He was pleased about the 60 million for a SME fund that is aimed at helping that's aimed at helping the businesses in Tobago. He, of course, spoke about not necessarily feeling the agricultural report. We're now going to the Minority Leader, Kelvon Morris.
Mrs. Petal Daniel Benoit, to share her initial impression of the budget as presented, and then I would share my own summary.
Good afternoon to members of the media and those listening and viewing. Again, I also want to join in commending the Chief Secretary and Secretary of Finance for his maiden budget presentation for the upcoming fiscal 2022 to 2023. It was a very long presentation, possibly the longest presentation that we have had in a long time. There were some elements that as a minority we would have supported, or we would support in terms of policy going forward. There are a number of policies and achievements that the Chief Secretary would have indicated that they would have achieved or want to continue in the past, and some of those things the People's National Movement or the former administration would have commenced and they were in train. So it's basically to continue and to pick up where was left off. One thing in particular that we would have noticed is, for us, the words and the figures didn't appear to match, so to speak. So, and I give one example in particular. The Chief Secretary in his policy would have indicated that they want to build a number of houses in this 4-year period, and he would have broken it down annually, so I think it was over 200 houses per annum. However, when we looked, and of course it was a cursory view, when he would have highlighted some of the estimates in his presentation, the numbers, in our opinion, does not coincide with what the projection in terms of number of houses to be built. And that is in particular with the development program estimate. The Chief Secretary would have proceeded to indicate that alternative financing mechanism, for example, private-public partnership, will be used to assist in funding, but he didn't indicate in terms of what is the cost or how much revenue will be generated to offset the cost for this, the number of houses that will be built. And this is just one instance where, in our opinion, the words and the figures did not match. So a number of the policies and the achievements that this current administration wants to fulfill, our question is, how will it be funded? The budget, this estimate is predicated on a 57 billion central government budget, and it is being proposed that we will receive 6.9% of that. Historically, the Tobago House of Assembly has not received that upper limit, and I think it may be a little bit unrealistic to predicate a 6.9% of the national budget. Additionally, we would have noticed in past budgets where there were significant collaborations between the Tobago House of Assembly and central government, and that would have assisted in offsetting some of the development program that the THA wanted to do. The tone of this presentation by the Chief Secretary does not suggest one of collaboration, but rather one of fighting and antagonism. And we feel that collaborating may augur well in terms of getting additional funding for areas that are under the central government. And because significant expenditure is spent by the central government in Tobago when we look at collaboration between the THA. And we feel that could also be another way where we can get some funding for some of the projects that this administration wants to pursue in the upcoming fiscal year. So at a cursory review, these are just some of the things that jumps out, and of course we will have a more detailed analysis in our presentation starting on Tuesday. So I want to hand back over to the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Minority Councillor. And most of the sentiments that Minority Councillor would have alluded to are sentiments I also share. Yes, we are happy that the budget seemed to address some of the post-COVID challenges of Tobago, especially the business persons, the youth of Tobago, because we believe youth unemployment is indeed one of concern at this time. In fact, I would have liked to see a more detailed plan as to how we treat with our young people, the unemployed and the underemployed. How do we build out the private sector in such a way that would really allow our young people to, achieve their imagination? We are investing a lot of money in terms of educating our young person, our young scholars. But how are we going to get that return on investment? How are we going to allow them a place and a space in Tobago so they can contribute to Tobago's development going forward? And I recognize I didn't really see a detailed prescription as to how those things would be achieved. So from a cursory view, what you recognize is that there are a lot of plans, but in terms of the details, the how we're going to achieve it, what is the roadmap, what is the plan, what is it predicated upon? There was no philosophical underpinning upon which we would arrive at this place of being the greatest island in the world. And it's one thing to say it, but the proof is really in the actions, in how you do it, how you're going to achieve it. And if you don't have the plan, if you don't have that roadmap, that template that is going to tell you exactly how we're going to do it, then it ends up all talk and no action. And so therefore, as we present going forward, we will try to ask the questions so that the secretaries and the Chief Secretary in his wind-up would be able to present to Tobago, not just simply talk, but a clear plan of actions as to how these things will be achieved over the next year and 4-year program as the
Chief Secretary would have spoken on the crime situation and the number of gun crimes in Tobago. What is your view on that present situation and anything missing from the budget that you would have liked to hear?
So we are very concerned about the rising crime rate in Tobago, and as said before, I believe, and which I did not see coming out, is that there needs to be a renewed social intervention framework that puts the families in focus. We need to get back into the homes. We need to have the support systems and the support programs. We need to really do the kind of interventions that treat with families at all levels. So, and I did not get that concerted, clear plan as to how we're going to resource the division of health, wellness and social protection to ensure that we can target the families, especially those disadvantaged, those vulnerable, and those areas in Tobago, special programs to treat with what you would call the so-called hotspots, so-called villages with the real challenge. I didn't see that coming out in any clear way. So as I'm saying, I would really be pushing for the details, and we have some ideas as well that we would bring to the fore that we believe can really be impactful in changing this kind of rising crime rate in Tobago.
Anything missing from the budget that you would have liked to see?
Well, as I said, we would have hoped that there would have been a clear framework, a clear policy framework upon which this new administration would be building out their development plans for Tobago. One of the things we would have proposed as the PNM in the 2021 and the campaign of December 6th is this issue of treating with our vulnerable women, our parents, and we did indicate that we'd create this program that would help mothers, single mothers, to be empowered, to be able to get the kind of training, skills development, and that kind of thing that would really move them from a position of vulnerability. Because when you look at domestic violence, a lot of women stay into relationships because they just can't do better. They're dependent on the breadwinner, which oftentimes is a male, and when they're in that abusive relationship, they're entrapped. So we were really hoping that we would hear that type of clear program that would treat with those kind of vulnerable groups. We also would have liked to hear more on how we would treat with our sportsmen and sportswomen as well. We believe that $5 million for 6.9, when that would have been something entrenched as a minimum, along with all the other benefits, added benefits you would have gotten. So we would have known directly that this $3.8 billion that we are asking for now, this is something we don't have to hope will come, but we would have had predictability that we would get it.
Well, just a piggyback back on that question. So it seems from what the Chief Secretary is saying that the autonomy process have gone so far where it has reached a bill that did not achieve what it should have achieved. And now the plan is to set up this office on Pembroke Street in Port of Spain to lobby the Parliament and lobby Trinidadians to push for it. Do you see that having any value where you take the fight from Tobago to Trinidad closer to the Parliament to get autonomy?
But the fight remains in Tobago, because at the end of the day, the persons that derailed the bill is the very people who now are going to set up shop in Pembroke Street to now tell us that we want to get the very thing that we rejected. You recall, the UNC used the very words of the Chief Secretary, their reason, their lack of support. In fact, the people in Trinidad, UNC said plainly that it was because they felt that it did not have the requisite kind of consultation in Tobago why they rejected it. So it means that the premise upon which any kind of autonomy discourse,
different from what we've heard before, is the establishment of, I believe it's called a Tobago Development Bank, which would run the affairs of the THA's funding and so on. Banker for the Assembly, as he said, and manage programs and so on. What's your view on that?
I've always felt that Tobago requires a funding agency that would understand the specific needs and challenges of Tobago. So of course we would want to hear how something like that would be built out to ensure sustainability, because the last thing you would want is for a significant investment like that to fail. And I just want to go back to the autonomy discussion in terms of the point where the PDP rejected the autonomy as proposed. And when I listen to a number of the programs, policy prescriptions and actions that are required, it is the very things that are in that autonomy bill that would have given life to the things that the Chief Secretary is now claiming he wants to do. So instead of a number of the things where he has to now go and consult with a minister and consult with the central government, these things were already enshrined in the autonomy bill, and it would have meant that all we would have done as legislators here in Tobago is come to the House and do the necessary legislative actions to implement these things. So a lot of what this Chief Secretary is now trying to get, he would have refused. He had the plate filled, and he's now going cap in hand, empty plate to beg.
Just going back to one thing Minority Councillor mentioned, that there are some areas that you all are willing to support. Are you all in a position just to share very briefly any of these areas that you were pleased with in this budget presentation?
Of course, we said anything that is to the benefit of Tobago and Tobagonians, we would always give support. We are Tobagonians first above anything else. And this is why I could say there are a number of things in the budget. In fact, when I present on Tuesday, we would bring clear evidence that a number of the things that have been proposed was either already implemented by the PNM or were already in train. So it would be very disingenuous of me to say that there are not good things or good proposals in the budget. However, we are saying that the conversation could have been quite different had we supported the autonomy bill, because many of the things that we now require to do requires that kind of legislative autonomy, that kind of legislative teeth to put into action. And it would have meant that we could have done it right here in Tobago without having to now go and get approval or hope that, because some of the things we are going to have to do, we have to now try to get the Parliament to pass as law. We could have had our own legislative parliament here with the kind of legislative authority to do the things that Tobagonians require.
And just to add before the minority leader is saying, we're not saying that the bill was perfect in its current context, but what we are saying is that it was a journey upon which we will be traveling. So we have 1980, 1996, now we are moving a little further along the trajectory. And some of the things that we wanted in the current incarnation of the autonomy bill as it's presented in Parliament is some of the actions that we needed to fulfill at this time.
Alternative budget. But if you were to present a budget at this point, with COVID-19 being an endemic, turmoil because of the war and also rising inflation, what would you have focused on?
Pardon me?
What would you have focused on? If you
Well, the budget must focus on the people, because at the end of the day, without the people, there's no Tobago. And we would be proposing a budget that is people-centric, that really treats with the issues of the day, that treats with things like employment. How do you support those families that are vulnerable? How do you empower communities? How do you build out a robust private sector that would help to take some of the pressures off of the THA? And then we are very concerned about the firings as well. People in Tobago at this point are worried. In fact, the economy is at a grind, at a halt, because persons are just scared, and persons now, that sort of instability, we are seeing it reflected in the economy. The banks are now very skeptical about giving funding to persons working in the THA, because where before a contract had validity, now we are seeing this administration, they have no respect for contracts, and they are terminating contracts sometime even before, with only 1 month's notice, sending home persons without any kind of due process. These families, these people who now have to care for homes, care for children, they don't have a clue where their next income is coming from. And you're hearing in one breath, child by child, village by village, community by community, but these people are Tobagonians too. And in fact, some of them are young Tobagonians, some of them would have gone, invested in their education, and you now have them home idle. How are we going to build Tobago like this? Tobago has to be built where persons of value have a space and a place where all of us can contribute. It's neither PDP, PNM, we are all Tobagonians, and if we are to make Tobago the greatest island, it requires all hands on deck.
Besides, as you would say, the numbers not matching with words, is there any part of the budget that is a major concern to you?
Well, of course, because the math's not matching, you know, you have to wonder how would you really finance, and the other question is, are some of the initiatives sustainable? And remember, at the end of the day, economy is finite, so you would know exactly how much money you would get. But at the end of the day, you're dealing with scarce resources, and there are various things that you can do, and there would be various persons, various sectors calling on you to allocate resources. So it's how you prioritize, and it's about the things that you prioritize, can you sustain them? You know, and we also believe that some of the things that we focus on should be in the productive sector. So it should be things that would help the economy to expand, because if you only get, let's say, 2.3 billion at the end of the day, we have to be now more creative to find how we as an island can turn that 2.3 billion perhaps into the 4 billion that we want. How can we invest in those things that would ensure that we have a higher yield on and higher return on investment? So you're not just putting money into, you know, sinkholes, but you're really planting seeds that would grow and would move Tobago forward.
Just one final question from me.
Sure.
As you touched on, a lot of the programs that the Chief Secretary touched on was some of the things that the previous administration would have started. Two things in particular he mentioned were the Goodwood Pavilion as well as the sporting facility at the stadium, and he mentioned they have to now come and fix some things on these two facilities. What are your views on his comments?
Thank you for your question. Well, I am not sure as to why the reason they would have to fix it, because I think he indicated that they are going to review some technical designs. So I think that we could wait to see exactly what the issues are and determine what is the course of action going forward. I also believe in terms of consulting, talking to the people, determining what is required, and implementing policies that will address the issues or the needs. So if it is that whatever would have transpired in terms of the construction, if it went against the design, of course it is something that has to be fixed and needs to be rectified. But I would say wait on the whatever review, whatever technical review is required to see exactly what is the issue and how that issue can be addressed.
And the thing is as well, and sometimes we as politicians would mislead persons to believe that politicians are the one making the decisions. Stuff like that goes through a process, a planning process, and it's technical people would advise at the end of the day. And sometimes as the policy maker, you will trust the sort of technical recommendations that you receive. So for the Chief Secretary to come and paint a picture that is, you know, a policy maker that was irresponsible or so, I think is quite disingenuous, and he has to remember that he has now 4 years, and he too will be judged on these kind of issues, and I guarantee you I would ensure that on Tuesday he answers some questions.
I have one question from me. Now I know you said that the maths not maths enough, yeah? So based on the grants that have been issued, because I believe they've been issued to people who have already claimed and put in their claim, give me your take on that. Would they be able to manifest these grants? Because you know that, as I said, the maths is not mathsing up.
Which one of the grants? Because they are number.
That's
I know
the
they
home.
gave maxi
That's
taxi,
the home.
they have the home and that kind
The
of
home.
thing.
You're speaking about the home.
Well, I believe that money, he said, was already allocated. So that is commitment. That is already committed, and we are happy that those persons are getting the kind of relief required, because we know Tobagonians are proud people, and our homes, that is one area that we put a lot of effort into to ensure that we are comfortable. And the fact that the point is, management and leadership and governance is a continuum, and it's not overnight that these persons would have applied. So they would have gone through the process, and of course we are now at a place where we can give them the grants that they require. But at the same time, we have to also question some other grants that are being given out. What are in terms of the accountability, transparency process? You are being told that the maxi taxis, for instance, they are getting grants, but how are you going to ensure that the money given, you're going to ensure that they actually spend it on the things that it's allocated for? What are the checks and balances to ensure that public funds, because remember, this money doesn't belong to any of us, it belongs to each of all taxpayers, are the ones that are footing these kind of grants. So it's about priority, because as we speak, I know a number of persons trying to get food support. So is it that and that's why I'm talking about priority. I didn't hear or see a clear plan coming out, because we know the 6.9% is very ambitious. So the Chief Secretary at no point gave an idea as to what is his priorities, what is high priority, medium priority, and low priority. So just in case we don't get this 3.8 billion, what are the things that we say we must do, we have to do to move Tobago? What are the things we can defer and that kind of thing? So as I said, on Tuesday we'll definitely give you a more detailed response as we review the estimates and the presentation in its entirety. So we want to thank you all. If there's no further questions, thank you so much. All right, take care.
All right, so you just heard from the Minority Leader, Kelvin Morris, and the Minority Councillor, Petal Daniel Benoit, and they gave, their view on the presentation. Now, the Minority Leader, Kelvin Morris, he was saying that the how is missing, right? So he basically said that there was no philosophical underpinning. In terms of what he wanted to see, he focused on renewed social intervention, a renewed social intervention framework that would be focused on families to be able to address the vulnerable families, and particularly some of the hotspots in Tobago. He felt as if that was not adequately addressed in the budget estimates by the Finance Secretary. On the other hand, the Minority Councillor, she spoke about what she said is that, to her mind, the words and the figures by the Finance Secretary, Chief Secretary Fali Augustine, they didn't appear to match. And she spoke about the housing. She said previously there was a statement about 200 houses per year in terms of what this administration wanted to do. However, when she looked at the development estimates, which is $900 million, she's saying that it doesn't match. She said also that there was no indication of how the PPP, the public-private partnership, would work. The Secretary for Finance, he indicated that they wanted to build 300 houses in this fiscal 2022 to 2023, and the minority councillor, she's saying, you know, that was not necessarily fleshed out, so she doesn't know how that will work out. She said that the projection seems unrealistic. Now, you heard the panel in studio here speak about that before. Dr. Mohammed, you know, he straight out say, listen, Corporation Solar giving us that, right? And Marilyn agrees with that. So the minority councillor, she had issue with that. If we've been following, you know, budget presentations and so on, that's a realistic concern to have right now, because as she rightfully said, we've never had the upper end of the allocation. She also spoke about the tone of the presentation by the Finance Secretary. She's saying that the tone of the presentation, gentlemen, does not suggest one of collaboration going forward. In terms of, it seems as if, you know, there would be a continued sort of banter between the THA executive and the central government cabinet. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but those two things from the minority councillor in particular stood out to me, because I felt as if these were real conversations right now that we will need to have, you know, based on what we're seeing in cabinet in relation to what our THA Chief Secretary Farley Augustine, and he is lined up here, Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance, Farley Chavez Augustine. So we go back to the press briefing.
Question in the House, and that was about 3 months ago, and I indicated that I will make those payments available towards the end of the fiscal year, because I wanted to ensure that most, if not all, of the THA's priorities are met first before we adventure into the ex gratia payments.
In terms of numbers, figures, everything, in terms of what you presented. And the minority is also saying that if the accepted the autonomy bill that went to Parliament, that you would have gotten the 6.9 that you are asking for now. What is your view on that?
Well, two things. Overall, this is a case of, as we say in Tobago, playing smart with strippiness. On one hand, I was very clear in the presentation indicating that I don't intend to build out a budget and our development agenda solely on what we will receive in transfers from Trinidad. So I lay out a list of projects. Some will be funded by what we will receive from the central government, and some, as I indicated, we will use PPP modalities. Some we will use other creative or alternative sources of funding. And let me give an example. The THA is the single largest landholder on the island, and in the budget presentation, I spoke to using our land assets as a way of leveraging investments, as a way of getting investments. So we own the land, you have the monies to invest, we use our land as our shareholding and allow you to come and do the projects for us. The days when the THA is trying to do all projects itself on its own and trying to complete everything from things that the private sector should be doing to things that the public sector should be doing, those days are done. And we are ensuring that we have a funding arrangement that goes beyond just what we got from Trinidad. What you will get in the estimates will be what we will get from Trinidad, because that's what we're sending down to the Minister of Finance on the 30th of June in keeping with the law. I can't send to the Minister in the estimates what I intend to attract in terms of FDIs or alternative funding. And so it's not that the maths is not matching up, it's just that they don't understand the concept of how one ought to govern without trying to use all the resources for government activities from the state purse.
The opposition, Mr. Morris, the minority leader, he also stated, you are saying child by child, but yet there are a number of firings going on in the THA. Number of firings, persons being fired or contracts not being renewed. He is stating that you continue to place persons on the breadline. What is your view on that?
Well, I'm not sure what's the number of firings that he's talking about, but some units have been restructured, and let me give you an example of one. We had a unit in the Division of Infrastructure called Monitoring and Evaluation. This unit was meant to monitor and evaluate the works being done by engineers and project managers. And yet in that unit, not one single member of that unit had an engineering degree. How could that be a good use of state funds? And so while I am inclined to keep people working, in fact, I could tell you, all of the personal staff of Mr. Jack, they are still working at my division, and some are working directly with me. Once there is usefulness for the work you do, we will keep you. If there isn't usefulness for the work you do, then we are left with no choice, because at the end of the day, we have to square our recurrent expenditures with our development agenda as well. And what I find hypocritical is that I got silence from the quarters when scores of Tobagonians lost their jobs at TSTT. I heard nothing from them. I didn't hear them say the government wicked. I didn't hear they say PNM wicked. They said absolutely nothing while TSTT did its restructuring exercises. You cannot be hypocritical about how this thing ought to work. What is good in one place is just as good in another.
And also in terms of contractors, I know you promised the payments by
right, Friday. So I could tell you, well, that is still going through the system as it speaks. Unfortunately, I don't have control over that. But as I indicated in the budget today, I will give small payments to some of the works completed, for the works completed. Some of these contractors have not completed the works, some have completed their works, but I'll give small payments commensurate with what was actually done. And let me remind you of how those things come about. We had a situation where hundreds of millions in contracts were committed by the THA without a single source of funding being identified. And the Exec Council minute simply says the Secretary of Finance will find the money. I am certainly not going to put off Tobago's development agenda to match a liability that you have inherited. But no doubt I'm of the view, once you did some work for the THA, notwithstanding the illegalities in the process, notwithstanding the obvious corruption that happened, once some work was completed for or on behalf of the THA, I will pay. I have also said that we cannot pay all of it one time. In fact, at the recent checks in the Division of Infrastructure, that's some $390 million. Most of those were expended within the first quarter of fiscal 2022, meaning between December, right up to December, right? October to December last year. And that's an alarming amount of money is being spent. But of course, you understand what happened in Tobago last year. Last year, Tobago had 2 elections. So in the calendar years, alarming amounts of monies were spent irresponsibly. And commitments for contracts were given out without the THA having a single source of funding for them. And that's why even the minority leader trying to match the maths in is strange to me, because the maths weren't matching when they made that arrangement. And what is also strange is that he is okay, very much okay with those arrangements where they committed the THA to millions, hundreds of millions in liabilities without the source of funding. Yet he has a challenge with me pitching the THA as a space that is friendly to private sector, to alternative investments, and getting funding outside of the revenue stream that comes from transfers in Port of Spain.
When you mentioned that you were willing to foot the bill for the reopening of the airport to 1:30 a.m., I think it's costing $16,800 a day. Do you think the THA can sustain that, or is it in partnership with someone?
Well, at present, the cost for that sustaining is $600 per hour. That's the unit cost. I know because recently for the jazz events that happened over the weekend, the THA had to commit that cost to help get some more people on the island, especially the artists who could not get to the island. So that $600 per hour was paid. The total sum is $5.6 million. Currently, we do a transport support and pay tens of millions to Virgin and BA. In fact, the cost to keep Virgin coming here is about $19 million per annum, and this comes out of our budget every single year. We have 2 flights coming from the UK, a single source market, BA and Virgin. BA is doing much better than Virgin in terms of numbers. BA averages arrival somewhere in the 30s, still low, but better than Virgin that comes in single digits, for which we pay scores of millions on. And therefore, I have decided out of that vote, we will keep one of the flights, BA, which is doing better, and use from among the others, use what we will save there to keep the airport open till at least 1:30 a.m. in the morning. The total figure is 5.6 million per annum for the entire year. And that is way beneath the tens of millions that we pay to Virgin. So it's definitely affordable once that strategy is utilized.
All right, Chief Secretary, you announced a lot of policies today in the budget. Are there any timelines? When can we see the details of these policies?
Well, what will happen subsequently is that individual secretaries will now, in their presentation to the House, share timelines, share details with how they will achieve these policy requirements. Of course, I was inordinately long in terms of the length of the presentation. And so to share greater details than I shared would mean that we will still be there listening to the budget presentation. And we don't want that. So the role now of the respective secretaries and assistant secretaries is to detail that bill out, to explain the how, to be expository in nature when it comes to their budget presentations. And we have given 2 days. We have 2 days for debates. Normally, the debates in THA happens across 2 days totally. So we have 3 days, for debates. Normally, day 1, the secretary presents, and 2 days later, we have the debate and we're done. This time around, the secretary presents today. Next week, we have 2 days of debates. And so we're not necessarily stretched for time and space, and we're not trying to rush everything down in a day. And it allows secretaries a little bit more freedom to be able to give that kind of detailed explanation that is required.
I think you maybe touched on the answer somewhat to my question. Just going back to the minorities' remarks, the Minority Councillor mentioned the 6.9% is somewhat unrealistic.
Yes.
That's one. And the minority leader, he mentioned he was looking for more framework. He gave an example. He said, for example, in terms of, you touch on a lot of educational plans, but what are you going to do now with regard to unemployment, underemployment? He wanted more meat with regard to those things.
And as I'm saying, the meat will come from the line secretaries, because one would appreciate that if the Secretary of Finance has to provide the itemized lists of policies and provide the meat, there will be no need for secretaries and others to enter the debate. As to the 6.9%, and I want to address that real quick, the Tobago Island government bill that Mr. Morris and the PNM champion was offering, 6.8%, right? And they have been saying, but if we accept it, you will get this money, right? Fair enough, which means that the central government is in a position where it's saying definitively to Tobagonians, we could at least give you 6.8% of the national budget, right? Currently, by virtue of law, by virtue of this Dispute Resolution Commission's report being accepted and approved, the recommendations being accepted and approved in the Parliament in 2000, Tobago must get between 4.03% and 6.9% of the budget. We can't get less than 4.03%, and we have never been given 5%, right? If you was committed some months ago to giving us 6.8%, and you clearly found the money for that because you had it in the bill and you wanted us to accept the bill and sign on the dotted line with all its flaws, because you could give us 6.8%. Now the law actually says you could give us 6.9%. So what is stopping you from giving us 6.9%? In fact, the point I'm making is we do not need the Tobago Island government bill to give us 6.8 or 6.9%. As the structure currently is, the central government can, in fact, by law, give us 6.9%, because the position of the law is we must get between 4.03% and 6.9% of the budget. So since they're so caring and loving and kind, and they love us so much, and they wanted to embrace us and give us 6.8%, just give us the upper percentile of what the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended, that the Parliament accepted into law in 2000. Simple as that.
I just want to touch on a couple of things that you mentioned. One of them was in agriculture, 2 highly mechanized mega farms, no less than 100 acres each.
Yeah.
Where are these targeted for, and how soon you believe this could be up and running?
Right. Well, this will take us at least a good 4 to 5 months to be able to actualize. And one of the areas we're looking at is up at the Kendall area, where we have substantial acreage there. In fact, we have close to 400 acres unused at that estate. As I indicated, the THA is the single largest landholder on the island, and we have quite a bit of substantial estates within the purview of the THA. And we want to give a clear signal that we are so serious about agriculture that we want to move beyond just small farming and begin to do some commercialized farming, at least 2. We may not be able to do more than 2 because despite owning the majority of lands on the island, we also have a very small island. So we really can't do beyond 2 of that scale. But 2, I think, will be sufficient in terms of providing cover, in terms of food security and the food sovereignty that we desire.
The other measure I wanted to get more on is the office that would be set up on Pembroke Street. How do you see that operating? Because as you said, it's to reach Tobagonians living in Trinidad and also to lobby the Parliament in terms of the...
So the office that we will set up in Trinidad, that THA outpost, 1, it reaches Tobagonians in Trinidad in that we provide adequate services for them. 2, the office will also provide marketing opportunities. So it will be that place that will constantly market things Tobago to the Trinidad space that has a population of over 1 million people. 3, it will also look at attracting investments. So if you are Trinidadian and you want to invest in Tobago, through that office, we will facilitate all the paperwork and all the legislative runaround and bureaucratic procedures that you will require, so that you don't necessarily have to fly to Tobago to do that as an investor from the Trinidad space. And 4th, and perhaps most importantly, it will help with the public education campaign surrounding the need for greater autonomy. And I think there is a serious misunderstanding of what this autonomy means. I get a sense that every time Tobagonians talk autonomy, or we say we want to do things our way, or we want to manage it on our own, there is a sense of fear and resistance to that, a sense that somehow that is anti-Trini. But the truth is, we're just being pro-Tobagonian, and being pro-Tobagonian is not anti-Trini. Being pro-Tobagonian simply means that we are confident in the castles of our own skin. We're confident to be able to execute the things that need to be executed. We can handle FDIs ourselves. We can build hotels ourselves with the private sector and enter into PPP modalities ourselves. We can engage investors locally and abroad ourselves. And there is, in my mind, there is nothing antagonistic about that. That in my mind is a Tobago that is not just saying we want more autonomy, but a Tobago that is demonstrating that it's ready for more autonomy.
Just finally, well, at least from me, in terms of the land licensing regime that you believe we should get rid of it to attract more direct foreign investment. Now, you did mention that it will be carefully done with spatial planning and development. But is there any concern that it may do just what it was prevented to do, which is attract so many people coming in and buying a plan in Tobago, that Tobagonians themselves may very well feel, they're being pushed out because of affordability and different things?
Right. So the thesis of that has proven to not be true. When there was this notion that Germans who were buying out Tobago, that actually was statistically untrue. At this very present time, as it was then, the single largest group of outsiders that purchase land in Tobago are Trinis. They're not Germans, they're not Europeans, they're not Americans, they are nationals, whom you cannot prevent from purchasing here anyway. The single largest outside group that purchase land in Tobago are Trinis, and there is nothing that you can do to stop them, and I don't want to do anything to stop them either. It's one country, and there are Tobagonians who have purchased property in Trinidad, and that's fine. What the land licensing regime did, as it is structured now, is that it significantly prevented foreign direct investments. I could tell you from where I sit, I have seen information where there are proposals 2 years, 3 years languishing, waiting on the Minister of Finance to give a yes or no, or maybe no investor will wait 2-3 years for a country to decide if they can invest in their space. So clearly that is not working. The best approach we feel is, let us sit down as an island, work out our spatial plan for the island. The spatial plan will determine where are the areas we want to protect. So we know nobody going and build there. The spatial plan will determine the small communities that need to be protected, because you also don't want some small communities to become overrun by outside influence. We want to save the integrity of small villages and indigenous cultures. The spatial plan will look at coastal issues. It will look at the zoning of the island, where is truly commercial versus where is agricultural, where is residential, and so on. If there is a proper spatial plan that's developed and accepted by the Tobago House of Assembly and used to then guide all investments, it means that the need for a single person to sit down and take a look at it again disappears, because now there is a very clear criteria that can be used for determining whether this investment can go there or whether the investment cannot go there. You don't end up with confusion as we had with Sanders, with the environmentalists saying no, bad place, put it somewhere else, others saying we don't want it at all. It no longer becomes very subjective, but it becomes reliant on a properly done spatial plan. That is the way to go, and I think most investors internationally are accustomed to countries with spatial plans and with designated zoning areas, so they understand that, and they will understand that there may be a piece of land that they will like, that they can't put down any investment on besides trees because it's a protected area. But in the absence of that, what you have is a single individual trying to make that decision, and it's difficult. I sympathize with the Minister of Finance, actually, and one of the reasons why I think he might be so tired in making that decision is because I'm sure he's feeling a sense of fear of whether or not he's doing the right thing, whether or not signing off on this matter will be good for the island or bad for the island, as opposed to there being a very clear criteria that can be used to judge all across the board. And more than that too, one of the things we need to pay attention to, if we keep a land licensing regime, we have Minister Imbert now, and he might be the most honest Minister of Finance we've ever had. But who knows when that system could become corrupted? When someone will decide, okay, I will start to take some monies from an international investor to decide to put yes or no. And therefore, as it is currently structured, it can lead to corruption, and it goes against the very grain of what democracy is. And the reason for the spatial plan is to protect Tobago's interests, is to protect small communities, is to manage the inflow and outflow of investments. And with the kind of aggressive housing programs that the THA wants to do, and land distribution programs that the THA wants to do, that will have the effect of reducing market prices across the board. And we're very purposeful in trying to do these large numbers, because in doing these large numbers, you reduce the demand on the island, which in turn could drive the market prices down. So that too is part of the overall strategy. So thank you all very much. Over the next couple of days, I will make myself available to the varying media houses for interviews, whether it be in person or virtual. I know that I will have to stagger it, because several may ask for the same day and so on. But we are here basically until the 29th of June, and so I will make myself available for those interviews should they be necessary, even as the debate is ongoing and further conversations across the space. I want to just say again thank you to all the people who were part of the consultations. In fact, we use quite a grueling process this time around, and I'm not sure if it was a mixture of newness and nervousness, while we were extra dotting I's and extra crossing T's. But we were at this in terms of preparing to print and formatting up to this morning. And we had our last consultation on Tuesday, which is literally the same week of the budget. But many people participated in these consultations, and the conversations will continue into the month of July, even when the House is on recess, because I really need to have some thoughtful sit-downs with young people, for example, as another group that we need to meet and trash some things out and look at how we could take Tobago to new heights. So thank you all very much again. Thank you all for staying the course after such a lengthy presentation. I covenant with you that it won't be this lengthy next year. This was just absolutely needed in this one-off moment to set some broad policy frameworks so that I will be able to set the government up for the next 4 years. So thank you for understanding, and God bless you all.
All right, so there you have it. You just heard from Chief Secretary and Secretary for Finance, the Farley Chavez Augustine, giving a wrap-up in terms of why the presentation was so lengthy. And we here, we're definitely going to continue that discussion tonight, 8 o'clock on Tobago Updates. But just as we wrap in studio, I still have Dr. Shane Mohammed with me. Dr. Mohammed, just your closing remarks until we come back tonight.
You know, I have to give him, I give him the credit, because I understand that as he said in his closing comments there, that he's new. He wants to set the tone for his government going forward. It was really an opportunity to set the tone for what I get from it is not necessarily a short-term project, but it's more of a long-term project. So I think it might have served him better if he had said in his presentation, during his presentation, that this first budget presentation is not just based on what I do within the next fiscal year, right, but what extends to the second and third, because that for me would have made a lot. It would have made it look. It would have made it so much easier to understand, because now he puts the length of the presentation into a context, and I think contextualizing things in this country, I mean in Trinidad and Tobago, is very important, and especially in the political world. So that's one thing that I like, but I think he should say, and one of the advice that I wrote here is that for any administration, communication is key. And communication can never be, and communication is not a limited resource, it's an unlimited resource. Right. And I think the more, you know, like there's a particular secretary I was talking to, and they alluded to the fact that their communication is based, comes out of their weekly executive council meetings, right? But I think beyond the executive council meetings, I think what is important for this new administration is that they can't reel back on what the PNM, or they can't continue to always talk about what the PNM did or didn't do. Right. You are brand new. There's a reason why you are in office. The PNM expired. People chose you to take them forward. And therefore, in that light, you have to hone in on all the opportunities that you have and all the mediums that are available to you to keep the conversation going. And that therefore, once the conversation is going and you bring the conversation to a point where it is understandable and not complex, because again, we have to know the audience that we are talking to. I think, you know, they have their work cut out for them, right? And I would go a step further to say that one of the things that's missing from the Chief Secretary's administration is that there should be a communication secretary. Right. I think someone should be able to hold the role of the Secretary for Communications as well as something else. Yeah. I mean, there's many assistant secretaries, and someone who is able to articulate the goals and objectives and the intentions and the hows and the whats, the who's, the whens, and the whys, and be able to properly explain it to not just you and I who are asking those questions, but to the wider public.
You know, that's Dr. Mohammed, that's actually, I think that's a good idea. When we looked at central government and the fact that they even introduced that, one of the things as well is that that particular post holder will be able as well to sort of shield some of the people, the other secretaries who may not have the wherewithal to really deal with the public all the time, or sometimes they understand the work but they don't have the language to be able to share with the public, and the breaking down of that. Because if your role is communications as a secretary, then you are required to break everything down, present it to the public, and that gives time to the others to actually do the work that they need to do in terms of implementation. So I actually like that idea. It'd be interesting to see.
And to make you laugh, and I'm not, you know, since I've come on set with you and we've been talking behind the camera, I've said to you that I'm looking for a spot in the Tobago space because I've grown to love Trinidad, grown to love Tobago. If they want a communication advisor, they could give me a call.
Well, I mean, if I were you, go to the office.
If they want a communication secretary, I could think of somebody they can find. You know, but you
go
know,
to the offices, man. Send the resume.
Send the resume.
Need to wait for,
but I'm most willing to help. You know, because I think they are a group of people who have good intentions, and sometimes good intentions can get lost in the world of a lack of communication and proper dialogue. And especially, you know, you need to break things down for people to understand. That's my closing comment.
That's true. And later on tonight, when we come back, Dr. Mohammed will rejoin me tonight, and we're definitely going to break down as much as we can what we saw and heard of the draft estimates of expenditure for the Tobago House of Assembly fiscal 2022 to 2023. All right, so we're gonna stop now, and we're gonna start again at 8 o'clock. Thank you so much for staying with Tobago Updates. If you missed anything, or you have friends, relatives, etc., who need to catch up, everything is on the Facebook page and our YouTube channel. Just go back, take your time, listen, and contribute to the discussion, ask the questions, etc., and we'll take the discussion further. All right, I am Glendora Lashley. Have a good afternoon.
Are you an artist, reader, or passionate about culture? Then join us on Saturday, 2nd July from 3 p.m. for the official Tobago book launch of The Chronicles of Kyrie, held at One Love Arts, Atelier and Emporium, located at Wallfield Straits, Kindby, Tobago. An evening of culture, folklore, dance and music, celebrating our unique culture. Admission is free. For updates and further information, follow us on Instagram, The Chronicles of Kyrie, or call us at 460-5439. See you there.